Safety and Standards Authority of India. With the presence of all our esteemed guests, we are honored to commence today's event with the lighting of the lamp. This age-old tradition is a powerful symbol of knowledge, wisdom, and enlightenment. May this light inspire us to embrace new ideas and foster deeper connections among us all. I request Mr. Rajit Punhani, CEO, Food Safety and Standards Authority of India, Mr. Nitin Kumar Yadav, Additional Secretary, Ministry of Commerce and Chairman, Tea Board of India, Mr. Devendra Kumar Nim, Director, Sankala Foundation, Dr. Malvika Kaul, Director, Sankala Foundation, and Dr. Aarti Mahajan, Senior Fellow, Sankala Foundation, to please come on stage for the lighting of the lamp ceremony. I request all the dignitaries to take a seat on the dais. Thank you. I would now request Dr. Adiba to welcome our esteemed guests with a token of appreciation. Mr. Rajit Punhani. Mr. Nitin Kumar Yadav. Thank you, Adiba. Now, I would like to invite Mr. Devendra Kumar Nim, Director, Sankala Foundation, to deliver the welcome address. Mr. Nim, please.
Thank you, Akash. Today's inauguration ceremony is Honorable Chief Guest, Sri Rajit Punhani, Chief Executive Officer of FSSAI, Additional Secretary, Commerce and Tea Board of India Chairman, Sri Nitin Yadav, guests from FSSAI, guests from Tea Board of India, TRA, CIB and RC, ICAR institutions, tea industries leaders, Small Tea Grower Association, bottling factories, researchers, civil society partners, all invited stakeholders, ladies and gentlemen. A very good morning to all of you. I extend a very warm welcome to each one of you on behalf of the Sankala Foundation and our esteemed partner, the Food Safety and Standards Authority of India. It is a matter of great pride and purpose that we are gathered here today for this national conference on safety production, policy, compliance and sustainable practices in India's tea sector. This event symbolizes a significant step towards aligning India's tea ecosystem with global expectations on safety, traceability and sustainability. India is not only the world's second largest producer of tea, but also its largest consumer. Our responsibility to uphold the highest standards of food safety is therefore both national and global. FSSAI has played a very important and pivotal role in driving this agenda forward through its regulatory vigilance, science-based standards, and continuous engagement with producers, researchers, processors, state agencies. Our partnership with FSSAI for this conference is a testimony to the shared vision of ensuring that Indian tea remains synonymous with quality, reliability, and consumer trust. At the same time, the tea sector is undergoing a major transformation with small tea growers, now contributing nearly 52% of national production. While the growth has unlocked opportunities across the northeast and southern states, it has also surfaced critical challenges related to residue compliance, soil health, and the availability of safe and approved inputs. Many small growers have shifted from other crops without absolute agronomic knowledge and often rely on informal or vendor-driven advice. Our research study conducted by Sankala Foundation, one of the great researchers, Dr. Aarti Mahajan, Dr. Adiba Parveen, therefore serve as a very important function. The conference therefore serves a very important function. It brings everyone to the same table: regulators, scientific bodies, growers, manufacturers, BLFs, extension agencies, and development organizations to deliberate on practical, workable, and scalable solutions. We hope that the discussion today will help in enhancing living standards of small tea growers, strengthening alignment between FSSAI regulations and field-level practices, bridging the knowledge gaps among STGs and BLFs, promoting integrated pest management and safe alternatives, enhancing digital traceability and advisory systems, and also building a shared nationwide framework for awareness and capacity building. On behalf of Sankala Foundation, I extend our sincere thanks to FSSAI for their unwavering support, guidance, and partnership. Their leadership has been critical in shaping the dialogue and in strengthening India's food safety ecosystem. I also wish to acknowledge all participating institutions, researchers, and field partners whose insights and efforts have contributed to this study and to today's program. We are confident that the deliberation today will help build a consensus-driven roadmap, one that protects the health of consumers, health of soil also, enhancing the living standards and welfare of small growers, safeguards our environment, and strengthen India's global competitiveness in tea. With these words, I again welcome all dignitaries and participants. We look forward to a day of meaningful exchanges and forward-looking solutions. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Mr. Nim. I would now like to invite Dr. Aarti Mahajan, Senior Fellow, Sankala Foundation, to shed some light on the findings of the study conducted by Sankala on causes, practices, and remedies for safety production by small tea growers. Dr. Mahajan, over to you.
Thank you, Akash. Good morning. Tea is just not a beverage. In India, it's a daily pause, comfort, connection, and though it may be brewed in cups, its future is shaped in the small tea gardens of India. Respected esteemed dignitaries on the dais, Shri Rajit Purhaniji, CEO FSSAI, Shri Nitin Kumar Yadav, Additional Secretary, Ministry of Commerce, and Chairman, Tea Board of India, Shri Devendra Kumar Nim, Director, Sankala Foundation, Dr. Malvika Kaul, Director, Sankala Foundation, distinguished guests, esteemed policy makers, scientists, industry leaders, and our resilient tea growing community. Today, as we gather for the National Conference on Safe Tea Production, we stand at a defining moment of India's tea sector. the humble cup of chai, and everyday comfort for millions, now carries within it a far more complex story of climate, pressure, compliance challenges, and shifting market realities. Moving ahead with my presentation centers on India's small tea growers navigating climate, compliance, and market challenges. Sankala Foundation undertook a study on causes, practices, remedies for safe tea production by small tea growers that explored chemicalization of tea plantation, regulatory gaps, and climate pest linkages across the key districts of Assam and West Bengal. Next, please. The story of the humble cup of tea began in 1823 with the discovery of Assam tea by Scottish adventurer Robert Bruce. Today, the global tea market is valued at around $134 billion and is projected to grow at 6.6% over the next 5 years. India is the second largest producer of China, contributing nearly 23% of the world production and producing 1.28 million tons in 2024. India is also among the top 5 global tea exporters, contributing 10% of the total world's export. There's a need to understand the entire ecosystem of tea around the STGs and the challenges faced by them. STGs account for 52% of India's total tea production, that is 690 million kgs in 2024. As per the Tea Board of India, there are more than 2 lakh registered STGs in India. The vast scale production underscores their importance, but also highlights their vulnerability as the cumulative challenges faced by these growers ripple across the entire supply chain, affecting both domestic and export market. At the onset of the study, the Sankala team had meaningful and insightful interactions with the senior scientists and experts from TRA, TTRI, APPL, Trustee, and so on. This was followed by extensive questionnaire-based survey of 946 STGs, 35 BLFs spread across 8 districts of Assam and 3 districts of West Bengal in March 2025. The objectives of the study were simple and straight: study global and national regulations, regulatory frameworks landscape in tea, agronomic constraints in tea for STGs, and sustainable tea ecosystem. Now let me take you through the findings of our study. The productivity in Assam as well as West Bengal, they show is quite low. It's less than 2,500 kg per hectare. Water scarcity. Both the states depend heavily on rain, and most STG plantations lack irrigation infrastructure, making them highly vulnerable to rainfall variability and drought. Poor soil health practices. Unbalanced fertilizer use leads to soil degradation. Soil testing remains infrequent despite its critical importance. Urea use, imbalanced NPK weaken the plant health, reduce yields, and increase pest vulnerability. Blanket fertilizer practices, low organic matter use, and limited institutional linkage undermine soil health, sustainability, and PPC compliance. There's a poor clone selection, limited access to high yielding and climate resilient tea clones, reduces productivity potential. These foundational challenges compound over time, creating a cycle of declining soil health, reduced yields, and increased vulnerability to pest and climate stress. Without addressing these agronomic basics, other interventions will have limited impact. During various interactions with the experts, it was reiterated again and again that the one thing that was very obvious, climate change and its impact on tea, especially insect pests and diseases of tea, is for real. Previously minor and sporadic pests like tea thrips, green leaf hoppers have now become major, persistent threats in tea plantations of Northeast India. Greenfly and halopeltis create havoc for the tree growers. Small tea growers face deep market asymmetries as well. There's no benchmark for quality and transparency in pricing. Minimum spot price is missing. Their bargaining powers remain minimal. With rising imports, it further depresses the price and threatens the authenticity and stability of India's tea economy. STGs form backbone of Indian tea, yet they face structural vulnerabilities. Without urgent reforms, STG-driven production may become economically unsustainable, threatening India's position as a global tea powerhouse. I would like to outline a few recommendations from the study. IEC programs must be developed drawing on field-based learnings and local partnerships. The modules should go beyond passive awareness and instead build participatory learning communities. Whole of government coordination across stakeholders via interoperable dashboards and shared data. Participatory governance models engaging growers, processors, women group, and civil society. Create a central compliance monitoring platform. Develop a national integrated portal for data-driven pest and disease surveillance in tea. AI/ML-enabled weather-based forewarning system to predict insects and disease outbreaks. The path forward requires coordinated action across regulatory, institutional, and grassroots levels by addressing climate adaptation, compliance, infrastructure, and market transparency knowledge systems simultaneously. India can secure the sustainability of its STG sector and maintain its global tea leadership. The time for incremental change has passed. Bold systematic reforms implemented with urgency can transform India's small tea growers from vulnerable producers into resilient, sustainable contributors to the nation's agriculture economy. In the final analysis, the road ahead is not one of isolated interventions, but of deliberate, inclusive system building. Knowledge, infrastructure, and institutional accountability must align to unlock the full potential of STGs. With thoughtful investments and a shared vision, India can build a resilient, safe, global competitive tea economy led by its smallest growers. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Mahajan. Ladies and gentlemen, I am delighted to welcome Mr. Nitin Kumar Yadav, Additional Secretary, Ministry of Commerce, and Chairman, Tea Board of India, Government of India, to give the keynote address. Mr. Yadav has over 2 decades of experience in public administration, having served in diverse domains including labor and employment, IT, Home Affairs, Vigilance, General Administration, Personnel, and Finance. An IIT Delhi graduate with a BTech in Computer Science and an MBA from Vidyasagar University and IMT Ghaziabad, he has been recognized for exemplary public service with multiple awards, including distinctions from Indian Red Cross Society and Labasna. Over to you, sir.
Good morning, everyone. Rajiv Purani sir, CEO of FSSAI, Shri Devendra Nimji, and the team from Sankala Foundation, distinguished colleagues from state governments, research institutions, industry, and growers associations. It is a privilege for me to be with all of you and this morning and on this very important and relevant national conference on safe tea production. Tea is not merely a commodity in India, it is woven into the fabric of our daily lives. It is a cultural symbol, a morning ritual, and economic powerhouse. India, as you know, is the world's second largest producer with 1.38 billion kilograms produced in 23-24, with exports reaching 924 million USD in 24-25. A 12% growth, and the industry employs about 11.6 lakh workers. However, there are a lot of challenges which we see in the horizon with the buyers and regulators within India and abroad asking tough questions about food safety, pesticide residues, and traceability. And on the other hand, as was mentioned, climate change is compounding our concerns. But we believe that safe and sustainable tea production is India's competitive advantage, not a burden. The tea development and promotion scheme that is run with a 664 crore outlay supports replantation, mini tea factories, organic certification, and capacity building. And we have facilitated STGs, FPOs, and FPCs to empower the growers. The safe cultivation practices can directly improve incomes if linked to the right markets, and by following IPM and plant protection codes, growers can get better prices. We are aligning our trade policies, quality regulations, and farmer support so that they all pull in the same direction, which is towards a safe, value-added, high-reputation Indian tea. All our partner stakeholders have critical role to play, with state governments contributing in the extension challenges where we need district and village level coordination. The research institutions like TRA, TTRI, UPASI must accelerate development of climate resilient clones, soil and water conservation models, and alternative pest control solutions. Finding safe, effective alternatives for TMB control is an urgent priority. FSSAI and CIBRC are already ensuring harmonization of standards and expansion of NABL accredited testing labs. Industry and BLFs must invest in the suppliers' development. The key word is convergence, as has been mentioned, an integrated action where every stakeholder knows their role and works towards it. So, in a nutshell, we can prioritize our the things that we have to work on. First is, of course, the IEC program for the safety production with multilingual models and field demonstrations and mobile advisories. We need to revisit the thresholds and expedite the pending notifications and fast-track alternative pest control approvals. We need to expand our testing infrastructures with increased NABL accredited labs. We need to build a digital traceability systems. We need to scale our FPOs with support for registrations, equity, and market linkages. And finally, we need to coordinate responses to the global MRL challenges. We need to raise it at all our multilateral forums, simultaneously doing research and publishing scientific basis for alternatives. In a nutshell, India's tea sector has a remarkable strength. Our agroclimatic diversity, 200 years of cultivation knowledge, GI protection, protected tea regions, entrepreneurial small growers, and a domestic market of 1.4 billion consumers. Our challenge is to translate these strengths into sustainable competitive advantage. The Department of Commerce and Tea Board fully stands by the state governments, FSSAI, researchers, industry, and most important, our growers. Let this conference lead to a convergent action from compliance as a burden to compliance as an opportunity. Together, let us ensure that every cup of tea is safe, sustainable, and a source of pride for all of us. Looking forward to your ideas and suggestions. Thank you. Jai Hind.
Thank you, sir. Ladies and gentlemen, the time has come. We are pleased to announce the release of the Handbook for Safety Production for Small Tea Growers, and our request our esteemed guests to join us for the official unveiling. This release marks an important step in strengthening knowledge and supporting future work in the field. Thank you, everyone. It gives me great pleasure to invite Mr. Ajit Punhani, CEO, Food Safety and Standards Authority of India, Government of India, to give the inaugural address. Mr. Punhani is an IAS officer of the 1991 batch With over 3 decades of experience in this and distinguished public service, he has held key leadership roles at the district, state, and central levels, including secretary positions in major ministries and senior roles in the security and labor sectors. His work in evidence-based policy has been cited internationally, including at Harvard University. He has also represented India during his tenure at the Indian Embassy in Brussels. We welcome you, sir.
My colleague Nitin, who is as Additional Secretary Commerce, holding a very challenging position, and is also chairman of the Tea Board. My colleagues from Sankala Foundation, Devinder Nimji, Manjula Kaulji, and Dr. Aarti Mahajan. At the outset, I would like to congratulate the Sankala Foundation for organizing this national conference on safe tea production. It is something that we have been thinking of for many commodities, and it was heartening when Sankala Foundation floated the idea of having it on safe tea production. It's important because while the FSSAI, as mandated under the Food Safety and Standards Act 2006, is responsible for ensuring the safe availability of safe and wholesome food for the people of India, but there's a whole supply chain which starts from the farmer to the consumer. So it's important that while we as regulators look at mostly at the final product, it's important that the whole process is looked at. So while FSSAI frames both quality and safety standards under its regulations, and these are developed by scientific panels endorsed by the scientific committee, and we take pride in introducing science-based standards. At each stage, FSSAI undertakes extensive stakeholder consultations to ensure that while consumer safety and public health remain the highest priority, the standards are also practical and do not impose undue burden on the food businesses or the farmers. During the standard setting process, FSSAI also examines global best practices and standards adopted by Codex, European Union, and other countries, as export is also a major aim of the industry. As an active member of Codex Alimentarius, since its inception, FSSAI places strong emphasis on harmonization with global standards while ensuring that the Indian data is sacrosanct and our standards are based on Indian data. So the for tea especially, one of the issues that has cropped up is the maximum residue limits for tea production. So the process is that on the basis of data and the scientific panel, once the registration committee completes its evaluation, the dossier is forwarded to us for fixation of the MRLs. These MRLs represent the legally permissible residue levels in specified food commodities. As mentioned earlier, the scientific panel evaluates the data and recommends these MRLs based on risk assessment and dietary exposure patterns of the Indian population. They are then notified under the Food Safety and Standards Contaminants, Toxins and Residues Regulations 2011 after due stakeholder consultation. FSSAI periodically conducts pan-India surveillance also on key food commodities, including spices, tea, pulses, and milk. Enforcement drives are also carried out across the country to ensure compliance and consumer satisfaction. The enforcement is mainly carried out by the states and through their food safety commissioners, designated officers, and the food safety officers. And they are regularly directed to monitor the markets and maintain strict vigilance on pre-harvest and pre-marketing applications to prevent non-compliant practices. We closely collaborate with many ministries and departments, including the Department of Commerce, Department of Agriculture, institutions like the Tea Board, Spices Board, and other commodity boards. FSSAI has repeatedly, we are trying to liaison with these ministries to ensure that at the production stage itself and at the sowing stage, that the farmers are also made aware of the regulations so that they also follow the safe and sustainable practices. And I must congratulate Sankala Foundation for doing this research study where they went, interacted with the farmers and did a field study of the issues being faced there. So with Department of Commerce, FSSAI also actively participates in WTO, SPS, TBT meetings and provides comments on the notifications placed by member countries on the WTO portal. As key stakeholders, manufacturers, commodity boards generate data, robust data, to support both our regulations and our position at Codex. India has made significant contributions to the global standards, and particularly in fixing MRLs for spices. We were the chair of the Spices Committee, and we used data which was provided by various stakeholders. On a happy note, we have been re-elected as a member representing Asia at the Codex Alimentarius. Therefore, we would also like to appeal to all of you to generate high-quality field trial data which will help the industry and the farmers. Thank you. I hope this discussion will be fruitful.
Thank you, sir, for those insightful words. I now request Ms. Disha Joshi, Director, Sankala Foundation, to felicitate our esteemed guests with a memento. Mr. Ranjit Punhani. Mr. Nitin Kumar Yadav. Thank you, Disha. I now request Dr. Adiba Parveen, Senior Research Associate, Sankala Foundation, to deliver the vote of thanks.
Thank you, Akash. Good morning to all. On behalf of Sankala Foundation, I thank everyone for their presence at this conference today. Your participation reflects the kind of commitment we need to make safe and sustainability a priority. At the outset, I would like to thank the Food Safety and Standards Authority of India for their unwavering support and partnership. This conference brings together every stakeholder in the tea sector with a clear intent to move from problem to solution. In particular, we extend our heartfelt thanks to our chief guest, Mr. Ranjit Punhani, CEO of FSSAI, for his presence and setting the tone with his insightful address. Thank you, sir, for your insights, guidance, and support. We are equally honored to have Mr. Nitin Kumar Yadav, Additional Secretary, Ministry of Commerce, and Chairman of the Tea Board of India with us today. Thank you, sir, for your insights and recommendations. To all the panelists, participants, researchers, and my colleagues, thank you for joining this collective effort. The tea industry carries a legacy, but its future depends on conscious and collective actions. We look forward to engaging deliberations in the coming sessions, and I hope this conference becomes a meaningful step towards safer, more sustainable tea for every cup and every community. Thank you all once again, and we invite you to stay engaged as we move forward.
Thank you, Adiba. Ladies and gentlemen, without further ado, we are going to start with our first session on regulatory framework and policies. I would like to request the chair of this session, Mr. Nitin Kumar Yadav, to stay on the dais while I invite our distinguished speakers for this session. Firstly, I invite Dr. Satyen K. Panda, Executive Director, Compliance Strategy, Food Safety and Standards Authority of India, Dr. Panna brings his expertise in food quality assurance, risk assessment, and regulatory testing. He has represented India as head of delegation to the Codex Alimentarius Commission and ISO. He has authored over 120 scientific papers in international peer-reviewed journals. We welcome you, sir. Next, I would like to invite Dr. K.L. Gurjar, Joint Director, Central Insecticide Board and Registration Committee, Government of India. Dr. Gurjar brings over 21 years of experience in IPM, plant quarantine, locust control and pesticide regulation. A PhD from MPUAT Udaipur, he has led major national missions, including India's locust control campaign 2019 to 20, and represented India in international forums like SWAC 2018 and DLCC 2020. We welcome you, sir. With great pleasure, I would like to now invite Mr. Tushar Tripathi, Chief Operating Officer, Wagh Bakri Tea Group, India. Mr. Tripathi brings over 33 years of experience across production, quality, logistics, and new product development. He has led key innovations, including the tea industry's first ASRS automated facility, NABL accredited quality labs, and multiple global certifications. Welcome you on the stage, sir. Finally, I invite Mr. Arun Narayan Singh, former Executive Vice Chairman, MD and CEO, Goodrig Group Limited, on the dais. Mr. Singh is a 5-decade veteran of the tea industry and former MD and CEO of Goodrig Group, where he also led a major revival in 2024 to 25. He has headed key industry bodies including the India Tea Association, the Tea Research Association, and the Consultative Committee of Plantation Association. He also leads the Federation of all tea stakeholders on food safety and MRL issues. We welcome you, sir. Due to time constraint, I have been asked to request all the speakers to adhere to a time limit of 8 to 10 minutes. We will give gentle reminder after 8 minutes and a final reminder at the 10th minute. I would now request Mr. Nitin Kumar Yadav to take over.
Thank you very much. As you all are aware that, and as Sir had pointed out in his opening remarks also, in his keynote address, that the tea industry is facing a lot of regulatory challenges, both in domestically as well as internationally. And if I have to bring out the aspect with regard to the challenges that we face globally, the one thing which we'll have to be very aware of, as Sir had pointed out also, that first point is of standard settings. And the Codex Alimentarius framework is one of the key methods by which India has been trying to pursue to lead the discussion on how the global standards on various aspects with regard to MRLs, AMRs, and others are to be led. And to that extent, the various subcommittees which are formed, as you understand that the Codex has regional forums, and in which the Codex Asia is led by India, and we must congratulate Sir and his team's efforts that they have been able to get the chairmanship for the Codex Asia. And it is an Asia bloc has been actually, because of its region, because of the sheer production that we have, is extremely important forum. Of course, we have to also back it up with scientific data and field level functionaries that we have to work and to process that data scientifically and to be able to present and publish those papers, so that we can, all the discussions that you see in these international forums are backed by studies. And to that extent, it is extremely important that we, first of all, the data that we get is very authentic, is done in a very, in a proper manner. After the data is is gathered, then the findings that has to be done based on those data will also have to be of that caliber and that level that we can present those before these international committees. And it is not only that it is used in these standard setting bodies, but as you know that most of these SPS measures are based on risk assessments, and so now EU goes for a hazard-based assessment, which is even more tougher and slightly, from our perspective, it is non-scientific. But still, any scientific studies assist us in countering various such moves by countries unilaterally to impose very high level of MRLs, MRL tolerance. So to that extent, we are, all these studies are actually very helpful. And in fact, from commerce side, we really work very closely with our partner ministries, FSSAIs and regulators for getting us these data, because at the end of the day, we are just presenting the findings, and so we are just the spokesman of the country outside. Ultimately, it's a fight between two scientific communities in a way, which is underlying, the underlying thing is economics and the business. So who dominates? We have, on one hand, we have to challenge our consumers, namely the markets that is US, EU, and others. And on the other hand, we also have to keep on mind our competitors, whether it is China, whether it is Sri Lanka, whether it is Kenya. So those other competitors who are emerging. And if you would be also aware that most of these countries are also aligned in some way to some blocks. To that extent, we need to also see that our policy space is protected, that we don't fall into one trap or the other, while ensuring that our interests are also protected. So this is the just a flavor of the global scenarios and how the regulatory frameworks are being framed. So as I mentioned, first part is the standards, and the second component is the conformity assessments. So standards would determine that how, what kind of compliances that we have to do. But when you say that how those standards have to be met is another second challenge that we have to work on, in which I come to testings, inspections, and certifications. So here also it is extremely critical that we have a lot of awareness down the supply chain. We have been seeing that there is a lot of challenges in terms of our testing requirements and how do we comply with these standards. So while domestically FSSAI has been working hard to ensure both pre-market and post-market surveillance and compliance, but the sheer size of it in terms of production and consumption is so huge that it is a big challenge for FSSAI, and I'm sure my counterpart in the panel would elaborate on it. But I would like to point out the global challenge in terms of that, as I mentioned, that as the global markets, you have seen very recently, US has tried to weaponize its market. Earlier, it used to be the supply chain which used to be weaponized. Now it is the market which is getting weaponized in terms of saying that, yes, I am the consumer and I can demand, I can ask you to do this and that. When this is being done, we have to be very careful in terms of how our competitors react. Not only how we have to react. So we are, as I mentioned, we are not only negotiating with our consumer that, yes, you are a market, but if your public health and safety requirements are unreasonable, how can we align it to global standards? As I mentioned here, also global, because EU goes for Codex Plus. So we have to first ask them to come to Codex global levels. In the global level also, they have been dominating the discussion, so we need to push our agenda also, so that the standards are also reasonable. Third part would be then, once they agree, then how do we comply with those standards? So for that, our extension, our back-end processes, traceability, and all those aspects have to be covered. Because whenever they come, they will ask, okay, I will agree to your standards, but how are you ensuring it? So for which they require proof, for which traceability and ensuring from the crop to the plate is actually, the material is traced. And we ensure that all our supply chain, throughout our supply chain, the standards have been maintained. So that part is somewhere where we all need to work very closely, whether it is the growers, whether it is the factories, and whether it is aggregators, whether it is packagers, and of course logistics. So to that extent, I think this compliance part is extremely important, and for that, any costs, we have to ensure that our certification is smooth. So organic certification is also one of the components which is emerging market. So organic part, the green tea leaves, so those emerging areas which are coming in also has to be seen very closely. So my point would be that let us work in a very close manner. We need to identify the challenges, we know most of it, but the how cannot be reached by pointing out fingers at each other. We need to all work as a team and see to it that the challenge that we are faced, because if we keep fighting or pointing out fingers at each other, we'll end up losing the big market that we have captured over a long period of time. And our heritage is that in terms of global dominance in the tea, and Indian tea is a big brand in itself. So with these words, I'll request my my partners, I think FSSAI would like to take it. So they would elaborate on the domestic part and in terms of what are the challenges that they are facing in terms of both compliances, and also if you can highlight how you're pushing the standards and other things. Thank you.
These will get projected. Respected dignitaries on and up the dais. So I'll directly go to the presentation part, and it's not just this presentation, but putting out the regulatory perspectives of FSSAI. At the outset, I can say that we have already, the preliminary discussion is already over. I would like to say that as a regulator, as a domestic regulator, we are genuinely interested in providing safety to the consumer. It's one of the products that is consumed every day, number of times in every household. So if you go to any household, they will offer you tea first. So that's what, this is one product which is always on the radar of FSSAI. And maybe in different forums, people can blame each other. But we all, that's what this Sankala Foundation has taken a very, very good initiative, and I really comment on behalf of FSSAI for this initiative. So I'll just briefly point out the regulatory perspectives of FSSAI and what we have done and what the standard. Maybe it is refreshing for some of you, but we should know that the domestic regulator has requirements on this aspect. So the current regulatory aspect is FSSAI, Tea Board of India, and CIBRC. So as FSSAI makes the MRL, sets the MRL testing standards, licensing, and enforcement mechanism, Tea Board of India regulates the product registration and plant protection practices. CIBRC approves pesticide molecules and formulation for use. So all three coming under different ministries, we work together. And this number may change. The pesticide register for insecticides in the country, 330, may be changed now. But our limit, the MRL that has been fixed by FSSAI for tea is 33. we recently afterwards, although MRL is 33, but the last 2 years, so we have been asked by Tea Board of India and other agencies to increase this pesticide testing by including some of these off-level pesticides, 6 off-level pesticides, and also some of these banned pesticides, 20 banned pesticides. So the total bucket is around 59. The role of FSSAI is, as you know, there are a number of regulations. So 6 important regulations are in vogue, which are directly related to related to safety. We have the product standard regulation, which gives standards on black tea, kangra tea, green tea, and other types. And we have contaminant regulation that specifies the limit of pesticides, heavy metals, and other contaminants. We have prohibition restriction regulation, which prohibits flavor to be sold only with the tea board license. So this is where we are directly related to FSSAI in our regulation itself. And some of the labeling requirements, claims, like some of these health claims that is put, this covered under advertising claim regulation, and the specific requirements packaging as is common to all the regulations, all the food products. And in terms of food safety infrastructure, for this is one of the biggest area that may be touching your minds, that how the tea is being tested. Tea is being tested as per the FSS Act, and there are a number of notified laboratories, 244 notified primary laboratories, and we have 24 referral laboratories, and we have now 13 reference laboratories apart from these, which work on product-specific method development and standardization. And we have mobile food testing laboratories, which is one of the vehicle that can go to the hinterlands, to the this is one of the vehicle also can be deployed in the tea gardens and all that, depending upon the kind of testing they do. So we have around 305 food safety on wheels, we call, and it is also equipped with on-spot adulteration testing. And the standardized testing protocols are also equally standardized. We have methods of manuals for spice, tea, coffee, mycotoxins as per the FSSR rules. Following the manual is mandatory, and if the manual method sub is not available, they can go for any other method. Then there are a number of RAPT kits, we call rapid analytical food testing kits, have been developed. This is one area where we have been discussing with different academic institutions to develop RAPT kits for green tea leaves, which can be done at the field level and directly by the farmer itself, which should be cost effective, not that it should be each test could cost 500 rupees, it's of no use. Recently, NIPTEN has developed some kit, and some other organization has developed kit, which covers most of these off-level pesticides, including monocrotophos, so that it can be used at the farm level. So we are ready to approve these kits under FSSAI, but the manufacturer has to come to us and get approval. We have system conditional approval now. If the validation is not proper also, we can approve it now. So from this forum also I request, if academic institutions are involved, if they have developed some kit, let them come to us, and we will deploy in all our rapid food testing kits in all our food safety on wheels, which can be used on the field in different tea gardens. As far as that's what the sir was telling about the huge thing of tea manufacturing in the country. Apart from the gardens, we have the manufacturers. We have central license, state license, and registration. You can see 15,708 people, food business operators, are involved in the tea production. Coming to the parameters of safety, whatever overall parameters as specified in FSSR. We have safety parameters, quality parameters, and labeling parameters. In safety parameters, we have heavy metals, lead, cadmium, arsenic, mercury, pesticide residues, as I told you, 33 MRL plus 20 prohibited plus 6 off-level pesticides, added food colors, other adulterants, iron filings, and quality parameters. So many things, which is most important is crude fiber. Again, this is one violation that happens in most of the cases. Crude fiber content exceeds the limit. Then labeling parameters, it includes even the organic tea. Many cases we are seeing organic tea labels are absent. And tea board registration for flavored tea is also a big violation that we see. And these are I've just skipped through this, but just to show that these are the parameters specified, harmonized most of this with international requirements, and the scientific panels takes note of any changes suggested by the industry with scientific data and evidence. This is for the kangra tea. So it's a little bit of difference with these parameters. And green tea standards for instant tea. And the pesticide regulatory, one of the main issues that comes safety is pesticide. Again, you say that the regulatory ecosystem is completely diverse. Ministry of Agriculture, Ministry of Health and Family Welfare. So the CIBRC gets the data from the manufacturers who go for label claim expansion or label claim inclusion. Then comes to ICER Institute, then generates the field level trial data. And ICER approved labs test analyze residues. There are toxicological research institute like IITR and other organizations which conduct the toxicological research, generate data for acceptable daily intake. Then it comes to FSSAI for MRL fixation. So it's a long-drawn process. As I told you again, the same thing is, for example, CIBRC evaluation done based on the data chemistry, bioefficacy, residue metabolism. And the scientific panel comprising of scientists from different organizations does the risk assessment, and based upon JECFA, JMPR data, OECD calculator, dietary composition, health concerns, with taking into account all these, they specify the MRL. It's a long-run process again. Like many times it happens that CIBRC has approved, FSSAI has not notified MRL. Again, I'll show you that how this MRL, once the scientific panel approves it, it goes to the scientific committee for approval. If there is some changes, it again comes back to the panel, then goes to the food authority. Food authority finds some objections, again comes back to the panel. It is again notified in WTO SPS, again comes back to the thing, and finally gets approval from the ministry, and final notification comes. So it's a long-run process. It doesn't mean that once CIBRC gives registration approval, it automatically doesn't get an MRL. But this is again some of the violation that we notice is that once CIBRC registration is there, people start using it on the field, and that without MRL. So this also has to be taken into consideration while we ask farmers to use certain PPC chemicals. We had done, I'm not going in detail of this, but we had done a number of surveillances in tea in 2022-23. Subsequently, enforcement drives in 24-25 also we have done. Again, the whole, if you see the thing, I'm not putting out the findings of it because this has been discussed a number of times with tea board, with stakeholders and everybody. We all know that pesticides are present. There is no doubt about it. But again, the most challenging part is off-level pesticides, which are all the 6. And also we get unapproved colors like erythrocin, tatazine, not from the manufacturers, but from the people who, the small holders. And again, the problem is, again, we are finding reuse of the tea which is being used on the roadside. Again, it is taken away and put some colors, and again, it is packed and sold. This is another problem that FSSAI is finding in the hinterlands, in the different markets of India. Off-level pesticide, this is again cypermethrin, imidacloprid, acephate, acetamiprid, neotofuran, and fipronil. If you see all this, if you see cypermethrin and imidacloprid can be regulatory control, acephate, acetamiprid, no standard in Codex, no standard in European Union, fipronil, again, nowhere it's available. So these are used, so that's what, even if regulatory body wants to help you out, but in certain cases it's very difficult, particularly for fipronil. So this has to be completely phased out. Then monocrotopos. Monocrotopos is always, people ask about this. I just want to make it clear that monocrotopos was never allowed in tea. So maybe it was allowed in fruits and vegetables or other cereal crops. People say that, what they call this ban came on recently only, but monocrotopos was never allowed in tea, so it was going on being used. So this is, when you discuss about number of issues, let us target these issues, how monocrotopos is being available, whether it is available in the tea states, whether it is available to common farmers, whether there is, I heard that there is something called barter system, people get the chemicals and again change with monocrotopos and get it back. So this kind of practice also we have to see. And as for the Insecticide Act also, state governments are permitted, state governments also can have impose some regulations, restriction of sale, transport, storage of monocrotopos and all those chemicals. So these all options has to be utilized, and farmers have to be sensitized that these are the things we should not use. Again, the problem comes, it is doesn't mean sold as monocrotopos alone, it is sold in different names. So how farmers will know? Again, same awareness campaign has to be done. These chemicals sold in the name of this are actually monocrotopos, which is not being allowed. So that's what as a regulator, we can only say that this is available and this is that. And our studies are not only standalone. The same thing with tea board. Tea board also conducts studies, and the same chemicals are found regularly, periodically, and every time. So global issues, a comparison of MRLs we have done, you can see there are issues with global comparisons. Again, Nitin Jadhav sir is there. There is, again, export pressure. Now, exporting country, the importing country for the European Union had changed its regulation recently. For example, thiacloprid, which has been in our regulation, they're phasing it out, they're making it 0.01 at default level. Now, in our regulation is allowed, so there will be again dichotomy, there will be again difference of things. Thiamethoxam, another example. So chlorpyrifos, for example, chlorpyrifos is in our regulation is allowed, and European Union has completely now at default MRL. So then the farmers cannot have the different kind of systems for export and domestic. So this also has to be harmonized to a great deal. I'm not going to the detail of this. So we are going to have in coming months, coming days, our new regulation of pesticide is going to come, and in that many things are getting harmonized with international requirements. So this problem of some of these pesticides which are off level can be solved from a regulatory point of view, but not all. So these are the changes that you can see in the red that is happening now. And challenges, this I picked up from some of the slides of your organization. There is a capacity gap, implementation gap, and information gap. Capacity gap is the same thing. I'm reiterating again, low penetration of technical knowledge, extension support, resources. Again, the Department of Agriculture has to come into picture. The state KVKs, Krishi Vigyan Kendras has to come into picture. Implementation gap, under-resourcing, like whether they have food safety officers or agriculture extension officers are not in adequate quantity to deal with this. Information gap, mostly this is the real gap, the farmers are not aware of this. We assume farmers are not aware of this. Again, the problem is when the small scale backyard kind of plantation is there with only small garden on the backyard. Now that fellow doesn't care much. He only wants to sell its tea leaves. So we should have a strong traceability mechanism of, I don't know how, blockchain or whatever you want to use, or strong linkage up to the farmer level. Some incentivization has to be done so that they are prevented from using the pesticides which are not allowed for use. This is again one of the things that I'm sorry that it's in this month, it's coming months, the regulation will come, and the notification proposes provisions of MRL if they're available in Codex. This is one of the very different kind of regulation that is coming. If it is already available, then this Codex provision will apply. So don't have to wait for the MRL notification every time. And same thing, number of discussions takes about IPM, integrated pest management, and all this. So, but it has to be really come into picture rather than as a rhetoric. And one of the suggestions that we had given to Prime Minister's office was about this sensitizing and monitoring committees should be constituted at state and district levels. I do not know what has happened after that, but this was a suggestion that was put forward and sent to different organizations. So at particular tea growing areas, this committee should be formed, maybe at the district magistrate level and all that, so that this is addressed at a priority level by different state governments. So thank you very much.
Thank you, Dr. Pandaji, for that insightful aspect with regard to domestic regulation. I would now request Dr. Gurjar to put his perspective with regard to CIBRC's initiatives. Thank you.
respected dignitaries on the dais, and all the participants in the present in these sessions. I'm going to present the registration and regulation of pesticide in India. So when we talk about this tea, India is the second largest producer of tea globally, and Indian tea is one of the finest in the world, owing to the strong geographical indication and continuous innovation, augment product mix and strategic market. However, recently cultivation of tea crop in India is being hindered by several biotic and abiotic factors. And biotic factors, especially insect pest, like tea mosquito bug, looper, mites, and diseases like blister blight, grape blight, red rust, etc., play a major role in the deterioration of the tea crop and reported to cause significant amount of losses. And management of these pest disease causing pathogens is crucial for safe tea productions. And the use of chemical insecticide and biopesticides is considered as the most effective and frequently used method for management of the pest and plant pathogens. Pesticides are inherently toxic substances and are being used globally with the regulation. In India, also pesticides are regulated since too long. And when we talk about the pesticides are regulated in India through Insecticide Act 1968 and Rules 1971. And this act is to regulate manufacture, import, sale, transport, storage, distribution, use of insecticide as a view to prevent the risk to human beings or animals and the matters connected therewith. For effective enforcement of the act, bodies have been constituted like CIB and Registration Committee, Central Insecticide Board and Registration Committee. This is the organization structure of CIB and RC. In this chairman, Central Insecticide Board and chairman Registration Committee, under which CIB, Secretary CIB RC, and these are the bioefficacy, chemistry, medical, toxicology, packaging, legals, and administrative. These are the experts. So the objective of the board is to advise the central government and state government on technical matters arising out of the administrative of this act, and to carry out the other functions assigned to the board or under this act. The matter on which the board may advise, like risk to human beings, animals involved in the insecticide and safety measures, and prevent such risk, and the manufacture, sale, storage, import, transport, distribution insecticide acts with a view to safety of human beings and animals. And these are the functions advise the central government to manufacture the insecticide and this act, insecticide under Industrial Development Regulation Act 1951, and specify the use of classification of insecticide on the basis of their toxicity as well as suitable for aerial application, advise tolerance limit, and specify shelf life, suggestion colorization, including coloring matters may be concentrated insecticide, particular those, and carry out such other function as supplemental, incidental, and consequently any of the function conferred by the Act and rules. And this is the function, these are the function of the registration committee, processing of application for registration for any insecticide, and these are the requirement, legal, scientific, data on chemistry, bioefficacy, safety, packaging, and the issue of certificate and inclusion of the new insecticide, and import of import permit, import of insecticide for research, test, and trial purpose. And these functions, this issue of insecticide permit and deal RTT, formulation, rendering advice, technical matters, amendment of the act, review of the pesticides, and organizing CIB meeting, etc. And these are the category, registration category like provisional registration under 93B, and for the period of 2 years in the case of first time in introduction of pesticide into country, and the regular or original registration subject to submission of complete data, and repeat registrations after 93 registration of molecules, and other person can apply. And this is the link of the guideline for registration of biopesticide on the PPQS website. And these are the checklist for registration of pesticide, any pesticide. These are the checklist or parameters in which administration or legal, in which these documents are required, like any registration form 1 and BOD and affidavit and these things on the notarized and some documents. In case of chemistry, this form 1 and this biological characteristic or chemistry of the any guidelines as per the label leaflet and affidavit and deposition microbial biopesticide and this RTD permit and a copy of 93B registration certificate if relevant. In case of bioefficacy, this copy of form 1, bioefficacy data as per the guidelines, copy of biopesticide compositions, and label leaflet and RTT and the summary of bioefficacy data in duplicate. This is the bioefficacy data requirement for registration under 9.3 category, proposed insect pest for from 3 different agroclimatic condition location for 2 seasons, phytotoxicity data from 3 different agroclimatic conditions location for 2 seasons, effect on natural enemies like predators, parasite, and effect on beneficial soil microorganism from these 3 different agroclimatic conditions location for 2 seasons, and data on persistent in plant, soils and water, data on residue in plant, soils and different from 4 different agroclimatic conditions for 1 season or year, and compatibility data with other chemicals if claimed, registration station in foreign countries, and these toxicity data as per the guidelines of the RC, and the biopesticide compositions like and details of adjuvant, solvent, and submitted in the chemistry folders, and packaging and labeling data as per these guidelines. And this is the status of pesticide registration in tea crops. Number of insecticide registered in tea crop is 39, and number of fungicide registered on tea crop is 9, and number of herbicide 14, and number of plant growth 3 numbers, and number of botanicals 2 numbers, and number of biopesticides in 1 number. So total 68 pesticide have been registered on the tea crop. And status of pesticide registration in tea crop, ad hoc approval granted by the registration committee for control of insect pests in tea crop based on the national exigencies. RC granted ad hoc approval of dimethoate against tea mosquito bug, and RC also granted ad hoc approval of Bavaria bassiana, Metrrhizum anisopli, and Trichoderma asperellum isolated from tea ecosystem against insect pests and diseases of tea crops in 457 RC already. So this is the status of ad hoc approval, and these are the list of pests of major significance in tea, like tea mosquito bug, thrips, jacid aphid, leaf-eating caterpillar, bunch caterpillar, red spider mite, tea looper complex, short-hole borer, live wood-eating termite, scavenging termites, and these are the major diseases in the tea, like brown and grey blight, black rot, blister blight, red rust, Poria branch canker, charcoal stump rot, brown root rot disease, red root disease, and Gileria rot. And these are the nematode also affecting the tea crop, like root node nematodes, Merodogyne, and root lesion nematode, Pratylencus. So for these the sustainable management of these disease insect pests, the surveillance through pheromone traps is important. So pheromone traps on this insect Spodoptera litura, if install at the rate of 4 to 5 traps per acre, and this then surveillance of these pests, and like yellow and blue pen water sticky trap also, so this help in monitoring aphid and blue sticky trap for thrips. And light trap also help in these crop canopy for monitoring of the mass trapping of the nocturnal insect, and enemy small size should be installed. So beside these traps, keep soil covered year around with living vegetation and plant residue. Add organic matter in form of farm air, manure, verming compost, crop residue with enhance below ground biodiversity, beneficial microorganism, and application of balanced dose of nutrients application of biofertilizer with a special focus on mycorrhiza and growth promoting rhizobia PGPR, application of Trichoderma hirginum, viridi, Pseudomonas, treatment of seeds. These are important for biopesticide for the farmer. Like when we talk about the chemical control of these diseases, the blister blight, these are the fungicides which are approved by CIB and RC, can be managed this disease effectively, like hexaconazole, copper oxychloride, propiconazole, tetraconazole, carbendazim plus mancozeb, and hexaconazole plus zineb. These are the combination fungicides. And for the grey blight disease, this crazozim methyl and carbendazim plus mancozeb plus hexaconazole plus zineb. And for red rust dieback, this carbendazim plus mancozeb combinations is very effective. And black rot, for the black rot, this carbendazim plus mancozeb and hexaconazole plus zineb combinations. These are effective and approved fungicide for the management of these tea diseases in the tea crop. And when we talk about this nutritional deficiency, there are some diseases of nutritional deficiency which coincide or confuse with the fungal diseases also. So we have to identify this nutritional deficiency disease also. Like in case of the nitrogen, older leaves become yellow in color and size of the leaf will be affected, and the foliar spray of the urea is required. In case of phosphorus, standard growth are observed, and plant growth pigmentation seen in older leaves, and correction measure is spray of DAP. And magnesium, yellowing symptoms seen in the older leaves, and this spray of magnesium sulfate at the 1% is required. Like sulfur, yellowing of the young leaves, elongation of the leaves, growth will be affected, and foliar spray of calcium sulfate is required. Like in case of boron, plant tip and flower body is affected, leaf size become small and malformed, foliar spray of borax 0.5% is required. And in case of copper deficiency, young leaves becomes pale yellow, and so the foliar spray of copper sulfate 1 to 2% is required. And in case of iron, young leaves become yellow in color, occurrence of internal chlorosis, and this ferrous sulfate spray is required. In case of magnesium deficiency, young leaves become yellow when remain green in color. The foliar spray of magnesium sulfate is 1% is required. In case of zinc deficiency, symptoms seen in young leaves, leaves become small and necrotic. So foliar spray of zinc sulfate is 0.5% is required. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Dr. Gurjar. I would now request Mr. Tushar Tripathi to take the floor, and I would request that the time limits may be adhered to. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Very good morning to all distinguished guests, esteemed colleagues and friends. Conference arranged by Sankala Foundation is giving great opportunity to all of us rather, to bring together for a sustainable way of safety production. I will cover a small presentation quickly. All of us knows about this introduction in terms of global tea, which holds the cultural and social significance for tea being a mere beverage. Tea being the second most consumed beverage worldwide after the water. India is the second largest producer of the tea and biggest consumer of the tea, while the unorganized sector share is more than 50%, and that's the area where a lot of work to be done. Tea is woven in our cultural fabric for all of us in many nations, symbolizing the hospitality, tradition and the unity. In recent years, the consumer awareness has increased drastically in terms of food safety and sustainability. And way forward, implementing sustainable practices is the only way to go. Now, why this regulatory framework? It is important to protect the consumer interest in terms of consumer safety, consumer trust, and thereby to achieve the sustained market access. Also, to ensure that government environment safety commitment to provide for ethical value of the product and social well-being. Further to this, to build the global competitiveness for the Indian tea, which is very important aspect to maintain the regulatory framework. These are the pillars. All of us know they have been doing fairly good work in terms of regulatory pillars, setting the standards, fixation of MRL, and all these agencies and research institute, including the TRA, OPASI, Tea Board of India, CIBRC, and FSSAI. That's the core pillar for the regulatory framework to be in place. However, the important aspect is the environment. While the pillar which sets the standard, the environment consists of the core committee, because tea industry has many players. And important aspect here is all the players must come on a single platform. This is very, very important because at times there are traders, there are brand owners, there are bottle factories, there are small tea growers, there are estate, and everybody has their own view. This is very, very important that this core committee constantly engage with the core pillar, and that's how the tea industry will be able to communicate in a single form what are the issues being faced by the tea industry. Scientific committee, very important role in terms of futuristic approach, the issues related to climate change, data collection, analysis, and that's a very, very important community for environment of the regulatory aspect. One major one is the expert committee, which need to percolate down in terms of what to be done, what not to be done. And the important aspect from a small tea growers point of view, the do's and don'ts, that has to percolate down to the small tea growers, unorganized sector, in a way that implementation guideline gets percolated down in terms of the good agriculture practices. And this is the area fundamentally has some amount of disconnect, which we need to, as a joint, all of us need to contribute to. Brand owners, obviously, they are facing the consumer, and that's the a trust phase, wherein they need to ensure the consumer gets good quality tea. Now, how we strengthen this whole framework, rather I will say environment. The environment is very, very critical here by way of one point which we discuss is National Core Committee to be fully represented by all the tea growers, tea traders, and brand owners. Pillar will remain as it is. However, MRL task force should be constituted so that they keep engaged with the various stakeholders in terms of proactive advisories. Here the important aspect is proactive advisories, which needs to be in timely manner, and that's the all of us will have to take this forward. We need to bridge some gaps in GAP practices as well as the chemicals, or rather crop protection chemicals, which are approved, and that gap needs to be handled in a way of a task force. Urgent need to develop residue field detection kit. Now this is the development which definitely will take us in terms of the traceability issues and green leaf sourcing issues, and this is a dire need. While Dr. Panda already said, if institution come forward in terms of the development of such kit, then there will be a big change at a grassroots level. Plant protection chemical, this is the area where we need to digitize in terms of traceability and accountability, and particularly if banned chemicals are available, how we can curtail those activities. Digital platform plays very, very important role, and that is where the area where environment need to be built upon for central compliance monitoring in terms of the open transparent data for all the stakeholders in terms of auction protocols, integrity, integral traceability tools. These are the very, very important one which will help open transparent data for all the stakeholders. Some more environmental support can be resourcing of the scientific data collection. Now, how we build a mechanism so that the agency who are involved into scientific data collection, analysis and validation, they get a timely resourcing so that the proactive approach to whole research-based mechanism continue. Few more things related to National Data Bank for the region-wise integrated pest management inputs. These are very critical important aspect, because if it is an app-based, grassroots level access is available. In that case, data can be captured from the field and get translated into national database, and that database can be further used for the futuristic any infestation which likely to happen. Wider access, rather wider awareness drive to natural farm practices. This is very important way. We should not forget that actually the natural farm practices are also a sustainable way of taking care of whole the safety production. Benchmarking of MRL, which any which way the agencies are doing. However, still there are some areas where we can definitely work upon, and not only the benchmarking of MRL, but the process by which the MRL standards are being laid out in various countries and how we can benchmark that. Particularly small tea growers should be classified, if possible, under the Ministry of Agriculture for the desired support, and that since they are largest producer in terms of greater than 50% market share in terms of the producer portfolio, that's a very important aspect. We need to have a well integrated plan for information, education and communication for the small tea growers and various scientific tools to be in place. This is the fundamental grassroots level work which will definitely yield the result in long run. Certain short-term policy measures which are currently pain points for the whole industry related to MRL on acephate, imidacloprid, acetamiprid and dimethoate. This needs to be discussed among the stakeholders and futuristically need to take care in terms of short-term measures and the long-term plan. Licensing or certification which are required for plant protection chemicals, particularly at the retailer level selling. This is very important aspect. Few chemicals which are being bought on an e-commerce platform or various trade channels which are also creating some issues. While we look forward to IPM, how we do the integrated pest management, and that's the very important aspect, how we do it. And how do it, long-term plan should be, we need to build upon National Data Bank, which should have all the pest, their life cycle, and digitization of their photo IDs, associated database, what are the environment conditions, what are the growth promoters for them, relevant plant protection chemicals, which can control them, how you can apply them, what are the dosage, what are the efficacy in terms of harvesting and plucking cycles, associated risk involved into it. This kind of a central app-based database, easy access to the people, will definitely take this journey way beyond. The simple reason being, as the mobile applications are available in the grassroots level and field level area, if the testing related videos are also being loaded, for a small tea growers or a farmer, it will become very, very easy to handle such crop issues. GPS tagging of field infestation and density data. These inputs will be very important for AI-driven forewarning models for the pest outbreak and associated risk, which is very important. Digitization of the soil, nutrition inputs and IPM techniques is going to help in a long run. If fundamentally we see what we are looking at is now for environment to flourish, the digitization and AI-driven approach needs to be taken care for a futuristic goal to achieve. Region level, state level, certain action in terms of vigilance, stakeholder alignment, random field sampling, field awareness program, various tools for the last mile information get converted into effective field process and practices, which are very, very important tools. Active linkages between institutions, multi-growers, bottle factories, state-led system, grower association and regulatory agency. These are the areas where we need to, all of us need to work upon. And why it's important aspect is natural farming possibilities. Here in change scenario, what I said, the central role plays training, education, IEC, digital platform, digital infrastructure. This is all coming into central environment for the better percolation of practices and standard operating systems at that grassroots layer. Thank you. Thank you.
Thank you, Tusharji. So now I'd request Mr. Arun Narayan Singh from Goodrick Group to give his presentation or his comments. Thank you.
Very good morning to all of you. First, I would like to thank the Sankala Foundation for giving me this opportunity to speak. I've been traveling for the last 10 years, for 10 days, and I've been unable to make any kind of PowerPoint presentation. And I'm not a scientist, I'm a grassroots planter by profession. So I'm very happy. The seriousness of this workshop interaction is that very senior officers like Mr. Punhani was here, and our T-Board Chairman, Mr. Yadav, is here. The people who really matter, the CIBRC and FSSAI officials are very much here. So what I would like to do is to just highlight the problems being faced by all stakeholders. So I'm standing in front of you to answer what Mr. Tripathi was raising. A single point contact on MRL matters. So this body has recently been formed, a Federation of Tea Stakeholder Association, FESTA, and I've been made the chairman of that. I've been 50 years in tea, recently retired as Executive Vice Chairman, MD and CEO of Goodrick, one of the largest tea company in India, or only UK owned tea company in India. I was the past chairman of ITA. I was the past chairman of Tea Research Institute. So I come with a whole baggage of experience with me, practical experience. Running the institute, having the problem of plantation and is not an easy solution, you know. So let me give the perspective of last 50 years. What has really changed? Which is causing all the problem of MRL and issues that everybody is using, experiencing, right from small growers who wants a maybe 1 acre plot to a big packeters like Tata's, Levers, Bagh Bakri, et al. Biggest change that I have seen in this is climate change. And all because of this, all problems are happening. So till I would say COVID hits us about 2019-20, the climate was more or less very similar to what it was 40, 50 years ago. We had odd drought years, but once rain came in the month of April, there was never a problem. Last 3-4 years, I think I have got the only distinction of being called back. I retired in 2018, and my company called me back to sort out a lot of things, you know, that happened. And one of the reasons was this declining crop, pest, and resultant, you know, if your crop gets, you lose the crop, your cost of production goes up, your profitability goes, becomes nil, you make losses, you know. This big change that I've seen, you know, in my Avatar 1 and Avatar 2 is the climate change. I've never seen 40-degree temperature in the month of April, May, June, July, August. And our director is here, he will bear me out. This is unprecedented. And what you have in the month of June, July, August, which is the peak second flush period, if you have this high temperature of 40, 41, 42 degree, I've been a witness. I never believed my managers, you know, I went down, flew down to Dwas and Assam to experience the heat, which was never seen in the history of tea industry, you know. So that's the main problem why it is all happening. Then pest activity results into the countermeasure being taken by the plantation, you know, and the various, they use different type of pesticides. And I've seen the era of when the DDT was being sprayed, and it was a big problem. Then came the thiodine. What is the molecule? Endosulfan. Then came monosyl from, Dr. Panda was saying, from nowhere the monosyl came. And it sorted out the problem of helopeltis. Now, even there are districts where the monosyl became ineffective. The mosquito bugs, they became immune to that. And then came the thiamethoxam and the rest. Now we are talking, I'll be talking about some new molecules that is. So what does a planter or a farmer do in a circumstances like this? Either he loses his livelihood or organized sector. I think I will correct Dr. Mahajan that she was talking about only small growers. Today, the large growers, which are equally 48%, and if they manufacture the outsourced leaf, they are also manufacturing almost 50% of the tea crop. They are having equally big problem with 1.2 million workers that they are supporting. The big companies are migrating, they are selling their gardens and going, they are becoming bankrupt. Is a really serious problem for even big growers. So it needs to be really looked very holistically. And so this pest activity and more, I mean, fortunately I have a science student. I did my MSc, I was doing PhD also a year, and I left it. And I know how the insects, they mutate, Very fast mutation takes place, and they adapt and they become immune to any chemical. So as far as I'm concerned, and I keep telling everybody that, look, spraying results to more pests, more spraying, and this vicious cycle will never stop. We need to break it. And that's where I've been a great advocate of integrated pest management. 40 years that we have been talking about, and I think one of my speakers said that they have only become a jargon in our whole system. They are not really producing any authentic or any sustainable results for our farmers. But I still believe that that is the only way forward. What needs to be done, I think we will have this discussion later on with you, sir, sometime. Another victim of the entire exercise is the packeteers. We all know that they don't spray any chemical, but they are being singled out, for FSSAI, I mean, various kind of so-called notices, and a lot of cases I'm told they are pending before the courts. So I would suggest the FSSAI to take a moderate and some kind of different look, because there is being sprayed, the chemical is coming from the producers, We are responsible. And why we are responsible? Because of the climate change. So how we can really harmonize and create an environment where we can use safe chemicals. And I think that's where I'm so glad that everybody, all stakeholders are here to discuss this matter very seriously. At the same time, I think I'm also very confused. Sir, I mean, when we talk about MRL, and I think Dr. Panda or Dr. Gujar gave this whole list. See, among the developing countries, look at Japan, has got the most liberal MRLs. And the average age of Japanese is almost touching 100 years. Similarly, there is so much of variation. Thiodine is still in the EU list. We have banned it about, I don't know whether we have banned it or not. There's a lot of confusion, we don't know. Thiodine is approved with 10 ppm. There is the new chemicals, thiamethoxam and all, they were had 20, now they have been just brought down to 0.1, 0.2 in the 2026 EU. So I'm very confused how to follow, whom to listen, what is the basis of fixing this MRLs. I think we need to really seriously look at our methodology, the way we work, how we can collaborate and generate data to fix our own MRLs. And we are not guided. I mean, these are all WTO practices. I'm telling you to eliminate Indian tea industry from the in front of as a export. So we don't know what is going around. I mean, like One of my colleagues said what's happening in America is now tariff. So they are being weaponized. We are being weaponized, and I think we need to take corrective action. We have to live in an environment where we have to survive, and we need to be compliant. We can't, I mean, consumer is God. We always call consumer is God. So whatever consumer demands, we have to deliver. So I think we need to help each other, and we need, as a stakeholder chairman, we all need help from CIB, RC, and FSSAI, and the T-Board, and the Commerce Ministry, how to formulate this entire strategy. There are another problem exists, like the gaps in the lab test. We send sample to one lab, there is a different result, second lab, different result. My teas, everybody says that my tea gets rejected if by, say, if coronal pause is 0.07, somebody reports 0.8, officially it is rejected. In all EU laboratories, there is a margin of error of plus minus 50. We don't have that. We have been fighting for it. Why can't our laboratories have that kind of, having these kind of anomalies on the results? Why can't we have the same standards what the EU laboratories are following? So I think that another things which needs to be harmonized. The protocols of all laboratories which are testing should be harmonized. They should test on one parameter. Every NABL, even NABL laboratories are having different protocols. I think that needs to be corrected. So, I mean, these are some of the problems being faced. So what is really going forward? I think the going forward is we must be aware of what's happening on the ground. Otherwise, any kind of regulation, any kind of thing is not going to solve our problem. Once we are aware what farmer is facing, then we formulate our policy, we recommend the chemicals which is affordable and sustainable for him. I think that's the way forward. So we must know the ground realities, where I think Sankalpa Foundation, I run also a think tank on tea industry, Tea Vision Trust. We will be able to generate this data and help the regulators in forming a policy decision. What it requires is strengthening the scientific foundation in pesticide regime. For 2 decades, TRA has been generating scientific data based on bioefficacy and residual data sets, and they have been submitted to the CIB, RC through our T-Board. I think one thing I made to industry, that our T-Board being the nodal body, we have to move through the T-Board all the time. So we always go through T-Board to the CIB, RC, and that's one thing that we need to do. Introducing alternate molecules. I think my own experience says that most of the molecules have become immune to the existing pests, and main pests, as everybody highlighted, are thrips and green fly. They have become major pests, which used to be a major pest about 50 years ago. Helopeltis is also there in certain pockets, and it remains for almost 3 decades a major pest. But today, the thrips and green fly has become a deadly pest right from the month of March till April. So I think we need to have some alternate molecules such as chloropen, firehouse, and chloropen, fire, and tolfenpyride. These are 2 chemicals. I would request all the research institutes to really generate enough data and submit it to CIB-RC for registration, and then ultimately to FSSAI. My only request is these all need to be fast-tracked. We are living at the edge, where the survival of industry is at stake. It's a very small industry with 30,000 or 20 to 30,000 turnover, but it supports a huge amount of population. 1.2 million people in organized sector, 600,000 workers in small growers, and it operates in a very ecologically sensitive area, northeast. If tea was not there, imagine the whole of Brahmaputra will take the entire Assam land. Similarly, if Darjeeling tea was not there, the whole hill will collapse. What is happening in Sikkim? So we operate in a very sensitive ecological area, and I think that needs to get precedence over all other things, And so I would request that this most of the non-compliances are basically coming about 80-85% because of acetaminophen, and which is already on the list. I think that needs to be fast-tracked on the basis of what diamethod is done. Dr. Panda, my sincere request to you, sir, if acetaminophen could be fast-tracked like you have done it for... Yeah. I mean, both the gentlemen, I'm saying, I'm very glad. Both of you are here. If you could kindly do it. And we are very happy from the producer's point of view we need to follow one, and we are very happy to go through the codex. If it is liberalized, and I'm very happy that we are also re-elected as member, and that will help us quite a lot. And in the last, I would like to we should have a defined timeline from the regulators that, okay, we'll 5 years hence, this is what the steps we need to follow. And I will go to the extent that if there is need to make our tea absolutely pesticide free, I think some kind of incentive, which I think one of my esteemed speakers also have spoken, need to be brought in our practices to incentivize the farmers, both organized and unorganized sector, and have a time frame. Okay, from this we are not going to tolerate. We are going to give you time. I mean, like, look at last year what happened. 5 pesticides were banned overnight. How it can happen? The residue continues for 3 to 5 months, and that's the reason. A lot of producers had problem last year and this year because of non-availability of right chemicals. So if acetaminophen and imida, they are the 2 chemicals, if we could just fast track it, and my urgent request to you, sir, Yadav sir, if you could please, coordinate with. And the last, I think, is very important that we disseminate this information right up to the grassroots level. And it is very important that every small grower is aware of what's really happening in the industry, how we are changing, what is the international requirement. And for that matter, I would suggest next workshop like this, if it could be organized in Guwahati or Jorhat, where we could engage with a lot of local farmers and invite a much larger stakeholder in this process of discussion, and so that any decision that we take is percolated right down the grassroots level. And you have my promise, I have the authority, if these 2 chemicals are approved, you will not see monosil or any banned chemical. We are dead against it. And one of the thing I accepted this post of chairmanship, that I said, look, the banned chemicals, if there is anything, let's not fight for it. But problem is that the monosil 25% is allowed and 12.5% is banned. So I was taken aback when this argument was given to me, So I think there needs to be a more education required for everybody who is operating in this field. And that's why I'm saying that next workshop in February, we will be very happy to coordinate TRA with Sankala Foundation and have it in Guwahati or in Jorhat, which is the tea hub of Indian tea industry. And with those words and with a lighter note that I said, I have drunk DDT-less tea, monochlorophos-less tea, and at 73 years, I've got no problem. I'm still hale and hearty. I think with this note, I think we need to really work very seriously. What is harmful? And I did a survey of all my Goodwill retired managers. They are all lived over 85 years of age. So there's both CIBRC FSSAI. With that note, I invite you all really to have this workshop sometime in when the season starts in the month of February. And thank you for inviting me and listening to me patiently. Thank you.
थैंक यू अरुण जी एंड आपने ना वो याद दिला दी कि जो झगड़ा हो रहा था कि भाई बंदा गिर गया कि जी मैं तो पी के और मैं तो लंबी उम्र ले गया तो स्मोकर्स हैव दिस थिंग कि जी मेरे तो दादी 90 साल तक जी थी but so and thank you for that passionate speech with a good because of your years of experience. So of course before we take a tea break in the tea conference, I would open the floor for 5 minutes of any question and answers if anyone want to have. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. I am Rajesh from CropLife, which is conglomerate of R&D based company in plant protection industry. And it is a real need of the hour that this meeting is happening with a pertinent topic. Sir, Gazette notification is the legal document for MRLs. And unfortunately, it's not a complaint. It is just an observation that last 6 years, notification was not being happening from FSSAI. 2018 one notification came, then it came to 2024 after 6 years, and that draft notification was commented by stakeholders to sort out the anomalies. Still, that final notification is not out. And for exporter, this is the benchmark, because many countries, they refer MRL of country of export. So that is one submission that if that gazette notification could be expedited. Then EU has a very high-handed policy these days, Any product they're suspending, they're slashing the value to 0.01 is a default MRL. And, WTO platform has been explored by different countries that, okay, whatever they want to do within their country is fine. But MRL is the international trade-oriented endpoint. So your export should not suffer. So it should be import tolerance oriented, meaning if they are banning any product due to hazard cutoff policy, they are not adopting risk assessment like US, Australia, India, then for export purpose, there should be import tolerance, where countries generate the data like Vietnam, Sri Lanka, they can generate data and submit to EU for import tolerance. So WTO platform, I don't know how it can be explored to challenge them that it should not be very, very conservative value of 0.01. Last point, off-label use, I think, is a major issue in tea and other specialty crops, because our industry, when they go for label extension, there is a huge plethora of data has to be submitted. And can you believe it is costing 8 million Indian rupees, 80 lakh rupees to get label extension on tea. And there's a Me-Too registration within no time, other generic industry will copy it with no cost. Still, we are there from CropLife to support this endeavor of avoiding off-label evil. For that, we have to come forward with some relaxed guideline, where specialty crop like tea go for the relaxed data requirement, supplemented data from other countries. It's called data mining. Many countries, if you want me to spend 80 lakh rupees for a minor use and there's a very liberal Me-Too category registrations available, why should I spend 80 lakh rupees? So that case, if some data supplemented with data from similar climatic conditions, similar agrochemical conditions, like I mentioned few countries, is a practice in many like IR4, which is minor crop, minor use foundation. So these are some of the suggestions that we could go for some relaxed approach for the label extension of tea without compromising on safety. Supplement with data from other countries. Thank you.
Good morning, sir. I am Dr. Rakesh Kumar, and I am from CropLife India, looking after the regulatory issues at CropLife India. And I happens to be, ex-TRA. I was working in the North Bengal, Nagaragata I have few suggestions. You know, one of the recommendation which all the panelists they have highlighted is the capacity building. One of the major lacunae in capacity building for small tea growers, in my opinion, and that should be looked upon, is that, you know, nobody is there to teach small tea growers. All the large tea growers, they are, you know, part of either TRA, you go to South, they are, you know, members of UPASI. So they have the technical knowledge. So their officers, they go advisory officers, they go to the gardens. So that kind of extension system is already in there for the large gardens. But when it comes to small tea growers, keeping in their numbers, huge numbers, and not a single organization can do the justice to train all these people. Like from CropLife India, last year, we organized 10 workshops for small tea growers in Jalpaiguri districts. In each workshop, we covered maximum like 2 to 50 people. So in 10 workshops, because we also have the limitation of funds. So we could, you know, able to train maximum 2,000, 2,500 people. But this is very minuscule, keeping in view the, you know, number of small tea growers, very large. Now, one of the suggestions was that, you know, the extension workers, the KVKs, they should come forward. But as Mr. Tushar highlighted, because tea is a commerce commodity, it doesn't come under the agriculture. So I have my doubts that the agriculture extension system, which is under the Ministry of Agriculture and ICAR, they will come forward to train those people. So this gap will be there. So I think one of the practical suggestions we should find out is how to train these people. Who is going to fund their training? So I think because now their share is more than 50% in the production. So, and we have to compete with the Sri Lankan tea, we have to compete with the, you know, Chinese tea, Kenyan tea, and there also the small tea growers, their number is very high, but they are able to maintain the quality. Now what happens when it comes to the small tea growers? He has to, you know, make his, meet his expenses. So what he do, he doesn't care about the quality. कि वो उसको पत्ता बेचना है 10 रुपए 12 रुपए केजी में जाएगा, बड़ा पत्ता है उसका वेट ज्यादा होगा. And then all these problems they multiply when it goes to selling. He is selling it to bottle factories. So there also whatever they are getting, they will also, you know, this quality will not be maintained. So it starts from that point onward. So if we are able to train those people, we can find out from where we arrange the money to train all these, because we have the institutions like TRA who has the history of more than 100 years. They know ABCD of, you know, tea, but they have also limitation because they have limited staff, they have limited budgets, limited funds. So they cannot train all these, you know, lakhs and lakhs of small tea growers. So that is my suggestion, that how we can, you know, prepare this capacity building program, so that will help in long term.
We have time for 2 more questions.
Sir, I will take one small. Hello, my name is Narsimurthy. I am coming from representing industry, Radis India Limited. So I would like to humble request do the fast track, like for example dimethyl is the best example. Ad hoc approval was given, though submitting all the data to FSSAI and fixation MRL also happened parallelly, and subsequently this has happened the biofuels data. Similarly, like other products also, as Mr. Arun sir was telling, we should have the policy from fast track agility from all the angle. Not only from one body, like regulatory wise, RC also, FSSAI also, parallel they should work and take the tea board to help the good molecules are there. That is one humble request. Second, in continuation of Mr. Rajesh Devan sir, FSSAI has published that draft. It is becoming very well. Like one more draft will come again, another 6 months of data, whatever aspects will be missing. So that should be considered, should be taken into consideration while publishing the Gazette notification. With the complete as on date it should be published. That is an humble request. Thank you very much.
Good afternoon, Mr. Chairman. Actually, when Dr. Satyan was presenting he has made it very clear that we have got only 62 molecules that are approved that can be sprayed in tea fields, whereas we have got more than 300 and odd chemicals that can be sprayed in the other crops, other food crops rather. So to bridge the gap, there is a gap, I agree. FSSAI cannot do by itself voluntarily approving of any molecule without the data. So we are supposed to generate the data. I fully agree with that. Of course, my name is Venkateshan Saluraj. I come from Tokla IT Research Institute. I am the director there. Now, what we are planning with the help of the chairman and then also gamut of officials from FSSAI, what I would like to propose is like, we wanted to take 20 to 30 chemicals which have been approved to apply in other crops, but not approved in tea at one go. And then we are trying to unite all the agrochemical manufacturers. Last month, we had a meeting in TRA office, head office. We invited an official from Tea Board also. We had a meeting jointly, inviting all of them, like one of the gentlemen was saying here, like it costs him around 80 lakhs. It won't cost 80 lakhs, it will cost around 30, 35 lakhs. Because if we all join together at a time, and we'll also enhance our capacity in terms of manpower, and we'll see that every spraying operation, every analytical operation, whatever we do, we will image it with geotagging. We will not only imaging, we will also videograph it with geotagging so that works are happening in a proper way, and we'll submit the data for all those 25 or 30 chemicals what we are planning. At one go, probably at one go means the molecule owners have to submit the data to CIBRC. So maybe within a month's time, all those data will be submitted after 2 years from now, because we might take around 2 years for completing the study. If we come like that, human support from you will be very much helpful, because now our Mr. Arun Singh was asking about 1 or 2 chemicals approval. By the time the chemical comes into existence, they will become resistant. So there's no point in fighting for one chemical, 2 chemical in the future. I think we have to come with a basket of chemical, properly generated data, and then we need the support of Tea Board. Tea Board chair is here. We need the support of FSSAI. We need the support of CIBRC. Entire gamut of officials are here. So I think this is my humble request that we should all move forward in this direction so that the tea growers are not facing resistance to the chemical. And also they have enough number of molecules in hand so that even if a new pest comes, one of these molecules will be able to mitigate. As rightly pointed out by many other speakers, if there is a chemical which can control the existing pest, definitely no planter will touch a chemical which is not approved chemical, including small growers. So this is my humble submission, sir. Thank you.
I think another observation I would like to put forward to all of us actually, is see if you go through the approved list of chemicals both in EU and within our India itself, the synthetic parathion are the major. They have been coming from 30 years now. But any scientist who has really worked with insects, these synthetic parathion, they eliminate both prey and predator. And I think why we are allowing, when we are approving this is doing far more damage to the ecology and the prey and predator population dynamics. So I think it's something that we really need to look at this. Synthetic parathion also widely used. And that's, I think, one of the main problem today that we are facing is because of big use of this synthetic parathion in our system.
Hope I'll be able to answer some of the questions. One was about delay in gazette notification. I can tell you that gazette notification doesn't, the decision to go for gazette notification doesn't end with FSSAI. It goes to Ministry of Health and Family Welfare, goes to higher level for policy level approval. So there is, I hope that coming month, I can only tell that coming month, the gazette notification will be done. And it will be, we are also on it to fast track that. Then next, something was told about the gap trials that's taking long time. because it has to take long time because multi-location trial has to be done, supervised trial as per the protocol, that is Codex protocol, and everything has to be done. It takes time. But if the concerted move is taken by, as Sir told, doing together, that will minimize the cost and also fast track this program. But the data has to be agreed upon by CIBRC, then it comes to us. So that bioefficacy trial, everything has to be agreed upon by them. And then next was about capacity building. This is again a big issue because the ICR, Ministry of Agriculture, tea is not a commodity for them. So technically, KVKs will not deal with tea. So this is a problem that I think we must talk with Ministry of Agriculture to take this into consideration. Otherwise, KVKs we cannot deploy. Agriculture departments will not have much support, especially for tea. Once some questions raised by Sir, like anomalies in test report. I can tell you that, see, you have represented the Joint Director of NABL also here. The laboratories are number one, laboratories are accredited as per ISO 17025. Second thing is now we have made the manual of methods for this, which is equivalent methods has to be followed by all the laboratories. Third, most of the cases we are doing for validation as per SANTE guidelines, European Union guideline. So validation protocol is pakka. Only thing that comes is measurement uncertainty, which is around 20 to something like 30–40%. So there is a wide measurement uncertainty in case of tea product while testing pesticide residue. There is chance of lab-to-lab report variation because of measurement uncertainty. Even the same lab does it again, then there is chances of getting a different kind of result. This is not only in India, it is all over. The problem, because tea is a difficult matrix, so there is always a chance of different report coming up with that. Then one more issue was about incentivize pesticide-free, and also the different molecules you told, chlorphenapir, bringing a new molecule. Of course, there can be done, but again, this has to be done through the pesticide manufacturer, level chem extension, or from your association, whatever. But finally, only I want to say something. As a regulator, we are also for the consumers, right? So I didn't find any point which you will be doing apart from asking everything to us. You tell me what you will be doing. Sensitizing farmer, where will invest? See, we will be doing, we'll be taking all the positives, whatever I have got from here, we'll be doing it. We'll be fast track your applications, MRL pictures and fast tracking will be done. We'll see the laboratories, there is no anomalies in the laboratories. Government, you will also ask for reducing enforcement. Okay, we'll take a liberal view of that, but what you will be doing? So that only the bigger problem, so you also tell about that. So that we come out with recommendation, not from the government side, but also from growers' side or the stakeholders of this. Thank you.
Thank you. I think just to sum up the discussions, and I think a lot of good suggestions have come up both from the speakers as well as from the participants, and with regard to capacity building, whether it is coordination between agencies, and what does, in fact, such a forum is extremely important because we get to understand each other's perspective, as has been mentioned, that the regulator's job is very unenviable, wherein one has to balance the interest of both the consumers as well as the producers, and there is always a tussle. And on top of it, we have the third dimensions of the international global market, which will again try to protect their own interests. So in such a dynamic environment, we need to probably, the one lesson that we can have is maybe interact more, have more understanding of each other's perspective, and work on a common strategy. And whosoever's questions we could not take, hum chai pe charcha kar lenge. So with that note, thank you everyone.
Thank you everyone. I now request Shriya Saraswat from Sankala Foundation to felicitate our speakers with a memento. Mr. Nitin Kumar Yadav. Dr. Satyen K. Panda, Dr. K. L. Gurjar, Mr. Tushar Tripathi, Mr. Arun Narayan Singh, thank you, Shriya. Ladies and gentlemen, please enjoy a short tea break. We'll reconvene in another 20 minutes. Thank you.
ये वाला इधर Yeah, he said he sent me a message, are you going? I said, I'll be there at 10 o'clock, I'll try to stay on. So he said, I'll try to join you. Okay, see you. Yeah, I will.
Welcome back, everyone. I request everyone standing outside to come inside and take the seats. I request everyone to take the seats. Thank you. Welcome back, everyone. We'll now start with our second session on bridging the gap, strengthening the role of state and regional organizations. I would like to invite Mr. Muktanand Agarwal, Joint Secretary, CEO, Pradhan Mantri Fasal Bima Yojana, Ministry of Agriculture and Farmers Welfare, Government of India, to chair this session. Mr. Agarwal is a 2008 batch Rajasthan cadre officer. He joined the Department of Agriculture and Farmers Welfare on central deputation in 2022, was elevated to Joint Secretary in 2024, and was appointed CEO of Pradhan Mantri Fasal Bima Yojana in March 2025 for a 5-year tenure. He currently leads the National Crop Insurance Program, steering policy, implementation, and reforms aimed at strengthening risk protections for farmers across India. We welcome you, sir. With great pleasure, I now invite the distinguished speakers for this session. I first invite Dr. Venkatesan Selvaraj, Director, Toklai Tea Research Institute, Jorhat, Assam. Dr. Selvaraj is an R&D leader with over 25 years' experience in the food and beverage sector, driving innovation, quality, and sustainability. A chemist with patented formulations and 75+ publications, he has served in key roles at UPASI Tea Research Foundation, DAL Food Sudan, and major Indian companies. His work spans global collaborations with bodies like the UN and WFP, with interest in plant nutrition, soil science, and agroforestry. We welcome you, sir. I now call upon Mr. Rajdeep Sikand, Senior VP, Commodity Sourcing and Management Organization, Tata Consumer Products Limited. Mr. Sikand is the Senior VP for Commodity Sourcing at Tata Consumer Products, with deep experience across tea manufacture, quality, buying, blending, and global sourcing. He has curated blends for markets across India, the UK, North America, Europe, and Australia. Today, he leads the sourcing of 500+ raw materials, including tea, coffee, spices, grains, and oils for Tata Consumer Products. We welcome you, sir. I also invite Dr. Anirban Basu Majumdar, in charge, Darjeeling Tea Research and Development Center. Dr. Majumdar, a tea science researcher with 19+ years of experience, also heads the Quality Control Laboratory, Siliguri. His expertise spans insect pest management, food safety, MRLs, GAP, HACCP, SPS, and TBT standards, and ISO 17025 systems. He also leads the drafting and revision of the Tea Board's Plantation Protection Code, contributing significantly to India's regulatory and quality assurance framework for tea. Welcome you, sir. Next, we have with us Mr. Srijit A.K., Vice President, Confederation of India Small Tea Growers Association. Mr. Srijit is a key leader in India's small tea grower movement, serving as Chairman and Executive Director of Wayanad Green Tea Producer Company Limited, and as President of the South Indian Small Tea Growers Association and National Vice President of SISTA. He champions organic farming, fair pricing, and stronger rural livelihoods, and also leads Vital Greens, an enterprise promoting chemical-free food. Our final speaker for this session is Mr. Parag Hathibarua, Director, Eastern Tea Brokers, Guwahati, and Honorary International Tea Masters Association. Mr. Hadi Barua comes with an experience of 38 years in tea planting, tasting, and education. Former Senior Director of Eastern Tea Brokers, he mentors tea companies and consults for estates across Northeast India. A recognized authority in artisanal and specialty teas, he also teaches and preserves traditional tea practices nationally and internationally. We welcome you, sir. Let us now start this session. I request all speakers to adhere to a time limit of 8 to 10 minutes. We will be giving general reminders. Over to you, Mr. Agarwal.
Good afternoon. So, I will speak, I can speak here in the dual capacity of in charge of crop insurance and the plant protection, both of which are at the moment concerned with the tea and also with the plantation crops. So, crop insurance first, the ministry already undertaken the process of bringing the plantation crops, not only tea but other crops also, say around 2 years ago, because the plantation crops fall under the purview of the Ministry of Commerce and not the Ministry of Agriculture. So the Pradhan Mantri Fasal Bima Yojana was so far not covering the tea as such and other plantation crops, and with the help of Ministry of Commerce and the respective plantation boards, we initiated this process of consultation. And because the process is a bit long and also technical in nature, you have to prepare and finalize the term sheets to assess the loss of the plantation crops, which can be further translated into the insurance claims. So it was a long process, and the consultation went on for a long time. And fortunately, it's a good news that almost all the consultation is now almost concluded, and we have already advised to the respective state governments wherever these plantation crops are grown. For example, in the case of tea, it is Tamil Nadu, Assam, and I think West Bengal, to advertise the crop insurance for the crops. So the farmers, like for example, the tea growers of Assam, the farmers will now be able to avail the crop insurance under Pradhan Mantri Fasal Bima Yojana and all the benefits, because this scheme subsidizes the insurance premium to a great extent, and farmers have to pay only 1.5 to 5% of the sum insured. Rest amount is taken care of by the central and the state government in an equal proportion. For Northeast, it is 90% share of Government of India. So having said that, so the insurance thing is now mature, and we were expecting the state of Assam to float the tenders in Rabi, but now due to some reason, the state has communicated that they will start from the Kharif 26. That is one thing. And on the plant protection front, the issue of some off-label and I think some banned pesticides being detected in the samples of tea has been an issue of concern for all of us, and the companies as well as the farmer associations, the other bodies, NGOs have been raising this issue, and there have been detailed discussions between the FSSAI and the Ministry of Agriculture and the registration committee in Faridabad. And now I think we are also in the process of making some of those pesticides which are detected in the tea crop frequently but are off-label as of now. No one has a label claim for tea for those pesticides, and the issue is that if the MRL is not fixed, label claim cannot be given. So now the FSSAI may be fixing the MRL. If I may name two pesticides, it is imidacloprid and acetamiprid. So once the MRL is fixed and the label claim is given, I think many of the samples which are facing this problem, the problem should be resolved. Apart from that also, ministry is always concerned about the various issues and use of pesticides as such. Use of pesticides and indiscriminate use of pesticides, which includes using the pesticides which are not supposed to be used for that particular crop. So using banned pesticides, using off-label pesticides, and using pesticides at all if it is required, not only for tea but for other crops also. I think that sensitization and awareness generation is needed across the country for all the crops, not only for the tea, but because tea has a different kind of a connotation and repercussions that big companies are involved. It's a commercial crop, and when the samples fail, all of them suffer, and it also brings a bad name to the state also at times. So we also need to think about the judicious use of pesticides in case of tea as well as other crops. The integrated pest management program, which is being run by this ministry, is aimed at promoting the use of biopesticides, friendly pests, and using all the natural techniques to control pests rather than indiscriminately using the pesticide at any instance, which farmers are doing and have been doing. So I think associations and organizations should pay attention. Now it's high time that we should pay attention to this aspect, that how do we promote judicious use of pesticide for the tea crop, if at all what is being used as a pesticide is necessary, or just because of a a bhedchal or something of a wrong practice that one farmer is adopting, or because of some misinformation people are doing that. That is another concern, because going forward, I think not only for the tea but for other crops also it's way to go. With that, those opening remarks, I think we would like to hear the other speakers also. Thank you.
Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. Dignitaries on the dais and off the dais, I welcome you to this session organized by Sankala Foundations. It's really a good thought process. I must really congratulate the Sankala Foundations for organizing such a fantastic floor wherein they can bring in all kind of, all apex bodies together to discuss a common problem that the industry is facing for the past at least 5 to 10 years' time. Yeah, my name is Venkateshan Saluraj. I come from Tea Research Association. I am stationed in Toklai Tea Research Institute in Jorhat. I'm here for the past 8 months in Toklai. Before that, I have a experience of working in Africa for 10 years and in Upasiti Research Foundation for 11 years, and companies like Dabur, Kevin Kerr, Waghbagri Tea. I worked everywhere as head of divisions, head of analytical divisions and R&D divisions. The topic is really important, and actually if you see the whole process of making safe tea, the only bottleneck will be only the gap. I mean, the total bottleneck, if you look at it, it will be the gap that is existing between the end user and the producer, both the extremes. There's quite a lot of gap. In my own way, when I started analyzing it, I always believe in reverse engineering, because if you look at my patent also, it came through the reverse engineering, which was commercially successful. So when you go back and then try to reverse engineer, if you look at 1990s, we had no small growers, almost no small growers. It was very meager amount, like 6%, 8%. It can vary, actually. It is not an exact figure. It can vary a little bit. And majority of the gardens were of corporate in nature. You know that the corporate gardens, most of them were affiliated to TRA, Tea Research Association in Toklai. In West Bengal, Assam, Tripura, all other states. And then in South India, they were all associated to Upasi, most of them. So the lab to land program, the extension program was working very well. People were convinced, the information were conveyed to them from time to time, the right information. That's where we didn't have big problem of making safety. But then once, I won't talk about whether it is good or bad to fragment into small gardens. I'm not here for it. For me, tea is a tea, wherever it is coming from, tea is tea for me. So in 2000s, if you look at it, it was like 75 and 25, almost, it's also a rough figure. And then in 2010 itself, we could see like 45 to 55 or 50-50 or 55-45, whatever it is, the kind of ratio. So small grower population increased a lot. I mean, the area under small grower, the teas coming out of small growers have increased substantially, but we have not expanded the extension program, which is very much needed for them. They do not know how to cultivate tea. They do not know how to harvest tea. This is where the main gap I identify when I go back to the history, where it started from. Because always we need to reverse engineer and analyze to really mitigate the problems. So this is one of the examples. I just want you to come to last year, like November 2024, if you look at it, just 900 and odd samples were tested. The compliance was only 65%. Non-compliance was 65% in 2014. And then a lot of preaching went in. We started talking to people. We started talking to our own member gardens. That is where we have the limitation. We cannot go beyond that. Of course, we do quite a lot of work in consultation with the help of T-Board, which is extended to the small growers, but that's not much compared to the number of small growers what we have. The outreach is not that much, that we have to honestly accept it. And as a result of a lot of promotion on safety, we could see there is an improvement of like 5% in 2025. So with promotion, it is an example that with promotion, with talking to people, with telling them, with educating them, we can really bring it down. I mean, safety can be really produced. Nobody is doing it intentionally. That is my point. So if you look at the samples which have failed, if you take them as 100%, all the samples which have failed as 100%, then 98% of them have failed due to pesticide residue problems. Only remaining 2% is on heavy metals. HM is heavy metal, and then the other is quality parameters, like adulteration parameters in the past we used to call. Once again, let's go back, the gap versus what we are supposed to do. If you look at the gap, I would say like we lack the last mile extension program. The extension program is available with the TRA, maybe with Upasi also as of now. TRA has fully equipped with scientific knowledge and then validated extension model. It is available with TRA. TRA has 9 active extension centers, 3 in West Bengal, 4 in Assam, 1 in Tripura, 1 in Arunachal Pradesh. So we have 9 active extension centers and fully equipped, fully knowledge-based, fully knowledgeable advisory officers working there. For decades they are working, and they know what is tea, they know how to give advices to the planters. But the problem is on the left-hand side, when you look at the concept of cultivation, the quality first has to be the first concept, because you know that people have talked about how much we are producing. We are producing about 1.3 billion kilogram of tea, and local consumption is also there. And we have surplus also. There is a surplus production. That is what is affecting, that is what pulling down our price. So if you want to really get your prices up, reduce the surplus, try to improve your quality. This concept is not told to the small growers. So that is where we were lacking the last mile extension. And pruning and harvesting operations. If you look at pruning operation, if any planter is messing up at the pruning, another 4 years he has to regret. He cannot correct it so easily. Pruning height and tipping heights are so important for tea growth and for the quality also, to maintain the plucking table also. He's going to really suffer for next 4 years. But then without any guidance, if small growers are going and then trying this kind of pruning operations, then you cannot expect a safety, because once health of the tea bush is affected, it is going to affect pest and disease, then you are going to take a sprayer in your hand and then spray. That is where the issue is coming up. And we have insufficient testing infrastructure. When I say this, I'm very clear. I'm not saying that we have insufficient for the members of our own gardens. We have enough facilities to cater the need of our own member gardens. But when you look at 2.2 lakh, 200 to 220,000 small growers, we do not have that much facilities. It has to be really scaled up. And if you look at Sri Lanka, last couple of weeks back, I was there in Sri Lanka for an international tea conference. They are very clear. Their objectives are very clear. They have 1:3,000 as the ratio of advisory officer versus tea planter, small tea planter. That's too tough. Big task, yeah. So this kind of things are happening there. They are having very good clarity about how to really go for extension. So the major gap is on the extension. And on the regulatory part, yes, FSSAI does its job very well. It fixes MRL, fantastic. And then when it comes to the state and state agricultural department, who are interested only in providing licenses, they are not controlling the molecules that should not be sold in a particular area. We can actually take an example from Punjab, where they came out and then they banned the pesticides which are not supposed to be used in basmati rice meant for export. It happened very recently. The Punjab government has taken over. So such things have to come from the state government levels to mitigate this problem. I'm not going in details. But one thing I want to say, you have to look at an interesting aspect of thousands of products in the name of bioactive molecules were available. I'm sure you will not be able to see it, but then there were 30,000 bioactive stimulants were available in the year 2021, I suppose. Yeah, 2021 there were 30,000 bioactive molecules available in the market. And when the government inspected it, they found most of them were spurious. They are not really worth molecule. So they brought it down to 8,000. They allowed 8,000 people to come and then register those bioactive stimulants with a radar that they have to certify. They have to go for validation of it within a particular period. The validation did not happen. Now the government has approved only 146. So from 30,000 chemicals, 30,000 biostimulants which were available in the market were boiled down to 146. Now, who will go and explain to the end user, the farmer who is working at the end of the borders, who will go and then convey him that these are all banned? Only these 146 were approved. This is where I'm saying the last mile extension requires a lot of funding, and people like TRA can be used, TRA and then UPASI can be used, but then the infrastructure is not sufficient to take care of 2.3, 2.2 lakh of small growers. And gap in infrastructure, because of poor infrastructure we have for small growers, the agro inputs are not tested. They think it is a weedicide, sometimes it is not at all weedicide. Sometimes they think it is a pesticide, it is something else, what they spray, because unless you test what you are spraying, you really don't know what is it. It's only a brand name and then chemical name, and you are buying from a supplier and you are spraying it. So agrochemical input have to be tested. A representative way, not all the samples can be tested. In a representative way, they have to test it. And of course, when planting happens, genetic purity of the material, that's very, very important stuff that's not being certified, that is not being tested when it goes to the last mile cultivation area. And land usage is not adequately documented. And this can be actually mitigated by incorporating some mobile testing vans, which will be very suitable for small farmers and small growers. And in fact, we have submitted a proposal as mandated by the Honorable Minister, Mr. Piyush Goyal. We have submitted a proposal to TCPL and also HUL to enhance our capacity to cater the need of all the 220,000 small growers. But then the proposal was turned down almost, basically because TCPL and then HUL are ready to spend their CSR fund, whereas the organization like TRA is not capable of handling CSR funds. So there is some bottleneck there. Those kind of funding has to come either from the government or from the private sector. The funding has to come. Then only you can talk about safety. Otherwise, we can only talk here, but then there is no really extension work happening. And also, when it comes to organization, my request is organizations have to be self-regulatory organizations over a period of time. The typical example is TRA. We try to regulate through our members, talking to our members. In fact, in the whole month, we have 7 ASC meetings conducted, annual scientific conferences conducted, only one pending in Tripura, that's 8th one. We will be conducting in December 15th. So that's where we invite thousands of planters. We talk to them what they are supposed to do in the cold weather practices. It is meant for cold weather practices. We tell them what to spray, what not to spray, how to keep the field ready for free from disease and pest for the next cycle to come. All those information we give it to them. We have a one-day workshop. It is like everywhere. It is a one-day workshop. We go to all tea growing regions and then do that. This is a way of organizations to deal with, like, it has to become itself like a self-regulatory organization. And also, there is a need for creating a kind of district safety task forces. It is not existing now, just to audit bot leaf factories. Because bot leaf factories, we are talking about 52% of the leaves are coming from them. So just to regulate that, we need to do that. And the role of center, of course, we have been requesting from morning. I don't want to talk much about it, about speedy approval and then harmonized MRLs. And role of state government, once again, I was mentioning it in the past, like we need to ensure that safe inputs are permitted where tea is grown. And to conclude, actually, I would say concentrate on the last mile extension, which is completely lacking. It's just zero at this point of time. And state-wise red list of chemicals that should not be sprayed on the tea field should be available to the state government, and they should restrict the sale of it. Create a safety Mitra scheme involving youth and youth to monitor the compliance at the small grower level for the PPC compliances. And increase the testing facilities at various stages. Testing facility has to move from city to town to villages, and mobile testing facilities. All these have to be there if we have to really make safety reality. And then train the farmers continuously. This is where we are lacking. As I said, with the help of T-Board, we are doing a lot of work to train the small growers, but at the end of the year, if you look at it, it's not more than 2,000, 3,000 farmers, having left another 2 lakh farmers untrained. So we are reaching nowhere by doing this. So we need to train the farmers continuously and update the farmers about changing requirement. Like as I said, from 30,000 chemicals which is available in the market, government has reduced it to 146. The end user doesn't know anything. Of course, it is there in all the newspapers. Government has done its job wonderfully, but then there is nobody to go and then tell the planters. I mean, they're not planters, they are small growers, in fact. So all these, unless we bridge all these gaps, safety only will be a talk in an AC room, which will never be happening. Thank you very much.
Good afternoon, dignitaries on the stage, and the stakeholders of tea fraternity. First of all, I would like to thank Sankala Foundation for organizing the most needed issue of the year, so that all the stakeholders, from the regulators, from the end users, consumers, can get a bit essence of the importance of this issue. So I would like to highlight here one of the important aspects and one of the important issue, the role of plant protection code. All we know, the tea fraternity knows it as a PPC in MRL compliance of Indian tea. From the sustainability point of view, and ensuring the safe consumption of tea. You see, this plant protection code, I just give the idea of the evolution of plant protection code. The plant protection code is a backbone of residue management in Indian tea. It perceived as a proactive, science-based and continuously updated regulatory tool. It's a mandatory tool. It's a guidance document that guides the chemical use at farm level so as to minimize the MRL violations. So I would like to take you back to 2013 when a report surfaced and published which jittered the industry that Indian tea is a cocktail of pesticides. So at that point of time, Tea Board has to intervene, and the idea of developing a code to guide the industry, because everything was there, every regulation was there, but in a fragmented manner. So to consolidate all those issues, we came up first in February 2020, the initial pesticide code. It was initially called the pesticide code, but later on we realized that it's not about the issue of pesticides, so that a holistic approach has to be taken up to educate to the stakeholders, to take the issue at the grassroots level and to guide the industry what to do, what not to do, how to do and when to do. So on that basis, March 2020, with the 32 formulations that was approved by the CIB-RC, that is our national regulator for pesticide usage, the PPC version 1 came up. Then a technical group has been formed. That's a very vital thing. The technical group is the apex body which updates, which reviews the entire PPC documents, the requirements, because PPC is a dynamic document which changes over time with inclusion of more approved pesticides and removal of the redundant pesticides or the pesticides which are classified as WHO class 1, class 2 carcinogenic groups. So it is aligned with the Rotterdam Convention also. Then finally it was rolled out in January 2015, and now November 2025 we have the 18th edition or the 18th version of the PPC, having 66 approved formulations of pesticides, including 4 biopesticides, commercial biopesticides. Now, if we see the plant protection code in a nutshell, I would like to say that it is a comprehensive guideline, as I have already mentioned, for responsible pest management for the tea plantations. It is a stakeholder standard. If you see the composition of the technical group, we have the tea research institutes, we have the consumers, we have the buyers there, we have the members from the CIB-RC, we have the members from the FSSAI. So all together this document has been prepared, and on continuous basis it's been updated and reviewed. And the regulatory supplement. The PPC has a legal validation. It is rolled out under the Tea Marketing Control Order, the clause 13, 2023, which is in alignment with the food safety standards and regulations. Now, guiding principle is the essential inputs. We all can't deny the importance of pesticides. They are the necessary evil, but when you use them in a proper way, they are your best friends. So the essential inputs, it recognizes the PPFs, what we call the pesticides in the PPC as the PPF, plant protection formulation. These are the necessary for tree production. So without pesticides, you can't do anything, particularly for conventional ones. I'm not talking of the organic things. The focus is on sustainability again, aims to achieve long-term sustainable practices. It's not like that, because tea is a monocrop with a life of more than 60 years and beyond that. It's a perennial monoculture. So once you approach your activities today, it will have more impact on long term from the perspective of crop production, profitability, and economics of production. Then again, responsible management, focus on the responsible chemical management. That means what to spray, what not to spray, how to spray, when to spray, what dose should be there, what condition should be there, what are the pesticides corresponding to the pests. So all these are coming in the PPC document, which guides the planters about the application of pesticides. Then environmental safety. We also concern with the environment. So the PPC aims that the pesticides which are there approved one that should not be harmful to the aquatic ecosystem, should not be harmful to the other flora and fauna, and also the human health is very much important to consider. Now the key objective in MRL compliance through PPC, that is a preventive approach. As I have told, the PPC allows only those pesticides which are given label claim from the CIBRC. That means other than those pesticides which are given label claim, nothing is allowed to use, and it is a mandatory for all the tea plantation to follow the guidance document and the list of approved pesticide in true spirit. So it is a proactive measure to MRL violations. It was meant to be. Then risk-based classification. We have categorization in the PPC, the red label, the green label, blue label, yellow label of pesticides, which guides the planters to select among the list of approved pesticides as per the requirement and as per the risk analysis. Then dynamic updates. As I told, we started with PPC 1 in 2015, and now we are having the 18th version of the document over the 10 years and the 2025. And the basket of pesticides has also been enlarged or enhanced as per the approval of CIBRC pesticides from time to time. Now implementation, as I told, it is a legal, PPC has a legal validation. So these circulars were issued in 2014, which have a legal binding of all producers, all traders of tea to follow mandatorily the PPC and give the declarations at different stages and different levels. So broker and auctioneers, it is also there. For registered buyers, it is also there. So these are the legality of the PPC document. Now ensuring MRL compliance, if you see how PPC does it, so in tea garden level, the compliance comes from the PPC approved pesticides only. So only, as I already mentioned, only those pesticides which are having level claim and mentioned in the PPC are required to be applied with right dose and PHI observations. Then plucking, that again has to follow so that the residue level is within the limit as prescribed during the harvest. At factory level, self-declaration has to be given and testing has to be conducted. This is I'm talking about the mandatory testing of end product as per the FSSAI norms. And T-Board, through random sample testing across India, ensures that these compliances which are prescribed by the FSSAI are met, and also cross-checking and verification that happens through this random sampling and monitoring. Now the remaining challenges, even though PPC is in place, we are talking about the IPMs, we are talking about what needs to be done, what not needs to be done, still there is a pesticide violation, still there is a residue concern in Indian tea that is coming up in different ways and different uses and all these things. So there is a gap. So what are the gap? The gap, what we find is a major thing, awareness and record keeping. If we talk about the small tea growers, in most of the cases, we have found that they are not aware at all. Their capacity building has to be done in a large scale to educate them, to let them know what should be done, what should not be done. Then again, climate change impact, you can't do anything. From today morning, we have been listening how A.N. Singh sir has already mentioned how over last 20 to 30 years, there was a drastic change in the climatic condition, which is giving the emergence of new pests, and to control them, more and more chemicals are required and more sprayings are required. It's kind of a pesticide treadmill effect is happening. Then again, MRL notification, that is very important thing. We need timely updates of MRLs, timely availability of new molecules based on the scientific risk assessment and gap data analysis. MRL harmonization, FSSAI is doing that, but that should be on a more proactive basis, and monitoring and enforcement. That is also an important part, because along with the awareness, it is not going to happen until and unless there is a proper monitoring. So strengthening our oversight and compliance verification system is very much important. Now the way forward, as we told, digitization, maybe mobile app for spray records, because documentation is a very important aspect to follow up all these and the traceability issue when it comes. Then quality assurance, ensuring bioproducts effectiveness and safety. We are talking about IPM, we are talking about biopesticides. But as we all know, most of the biopesticides available in the market are either spurious or not effective. So who is going to ensure that whether the biopesticides that are being promoted or advocated are up to the level for pest control, particularly in an ecosystem like tea? Then ICR collaboration, as we told, because data generation is a very important and costly affairs, and there has to be some sort of joint effort, maybe with TRA ICR collaboration or UPASI ICR collaboration for generating data, and pesticide companies should also join hands, because ultimately it is the pesticide companies or the manufacturer of the product who has to apply for the label claim, and the label claim has to be granted to them, not to TRA, not to ICR Institute, or not even the T board. Again, biopesticides and IPM, we have an elaborate chapter on IPM in PPC, which advocates all the possible control measures, how to tackle the pest menace. Regular training, this is vital, very much vital, and fragmentally TRA is doing training part, our field officers are doing training part, we as a regulator is also doing the training part, but the problem is that the quantum of training needed to educate the farmers is little higher than what we are actually doing. So much more training and capacity building of small growers are needed, and codex advocacy like push the MRLs, we are talking about the harmonization with international standard, because today we are talking about the domestic level. From export front also we are facing a lot of MRL issues from EU and other things. So there should be harmonization of codex MRLs and based on the Indian data, because as a major tea producing country, we have a say in the international fora. So these are some photographs. For last 2 to 3 years, we have conducted some various awareness program for small tea growers on PPC, specifically for PPC, and so safety is the only tea. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Dr. Majumdar. I now request Mr. Rajiv Sikand to take the stage and share his views.
Colleagues, industry stakeholders, and esteemed panelists, good afternoon. In the interest of time, I'm going to stick to the script and I hopefully not get a pink slip from this corner. So I'll just form a chain of thought and I'll list out some of the strategic challenges that the industry is facing, and all of it is interconnected. It's not one that does not impinge, that does not have an impact and a flow on a different aspect. On the face of it, it may seem it is disconnected, but we'll just see how one has an impact on the other. So the Indian tea industry today stands at a historical threshold, perhaps even at century-defining crossroads. And the decisions we make today will resonate across generations and shape the destiny of this iconic tradition. Two distinct models, business models, operate in the tea industry as we speak. And a lot of people have already mentioned that smallholders account for 52%. Don't be surprised if in the very near future it is close to 60% and growing. So that's what the bottle sector is in India. The 52% number, I think, is a little understated. The large plantation system currently, as Mr. Singh has already mentioned, is burdened with financial pressures, mostly on account of adhering to the Plantation Labour Act and the financial commitments that brings. The small tea growers and the bottle leaf manufacturers, on the other hand, operate a significantly lower cost of production model and are witnessing steady growth. Each of these models faces its own challenges, yet both of them share a critical concern. the declining appeal of tea amongst young Indians who no longer consume the beverage with the same enthusiasm as earlier generations. And this is, I think, a moot point. And this is where food safety, the way food safety is managed today, the way it is viewed today, and what we do with food safety going forward can be transformational. This reality demands urgent collective action. Central and state agencies, industry leaders, stakeholders must unite to confront this long-term strategic challenge before the opportunity slips away. And opportunity can slip away in the age of social media and widespread information available at everybody's fingertips. Imagine the devastating effect a non-safe product can have. For consistent, targeted campaign to rekindle tea consumption, especially amongst the youth. For decades, India has been celebrated as a major tea producing country. But for the future, we need to do more. Global markets now demand tea that is safe, sustainable, traceable, fully compliant with international standards. Compliance is no longer a mere formality, but it is our passport to markets and consumers, our guarantee of trust, and the foundation of enduring prosperity for everyone who works through the tea value chain. So just to set some context and why compliance matters. So to understand the true power of compliance, let's just look at the journey some of the other commodities have traversed and what has their experience been, and how they've transformed themselves by embracing sustainability and traceability. So coffee, and Vietnam is a phenomenal experience. Vietnam's rise is a striking example of what compliance can do. In the 90s, the country invested heavily in the at farm level standards, residue control, certifications such as rainforest and fair trade. Within 15 years, Vietnam today is the world's second largest coffee exporter. And there are some significant coffee producing regions across the world, and this is what Vietnam has done. Certified coffee commands premium prices, and international demand is expanding significantly. Let's look at cocoa. So Ghana and Ivory Coast are two other examples. And along with certification and traceability, they've also adopted other schemes like living income differentials, etc. And they have been able to secure long-term sustainable contracts with global chocolate brands. Look at Indian spices, and I think Indian spices was mentioned in the morning. Indian spices have relooked and strengthened MRLs. And if you see within the spice basket, I'll take two examples. MRL compliant turmeric and clean residue-free cardamom are fetching significantly higher premium prices in global markets. Turmeric exports, as we talk today, have crossed already USD 230 million. So clearly there are examples and there are opportunities as an industry that we can learn from. Tea today is at the crossroads, and I think the topic today requires me to talk about the role of central and state agencies. So for the past some time, Indian tea industry has faced an unenviable reality. Climate change is suddenly eroding bush health, bringing with it new and more persistent pests and diseases. I think Fusarium is a clear and present example where it's devastated, having lied dormant for decades. It has devastated parts of the tea growing regions. Outbreaks are more frequent, last longer, threaten the very sustainability of production. At the same time, our compliance regime remains misaligned with global best practices. We face a paradox. Tea that meets stringent EU, US, and Japan standards often fails India's current MRL frameworks. Critically needed pesticides remain off-label. with default value set at 0.01. Extensive testing shows today that 60 to 70% of teas produced in India fail the current standards. And those that pass today are likely to fail tomorrow. In such conditions, no business model, either for the growers or packers, is truly viable. What is urgently required is a rationalization of MRLs, a balanced approach that protects consumer health and the growers' ability to safeguard their crops. Until we generate our own efficacy data, globally accepted standards provide a practical and obvious benchmark, and I'm glad that Dr. Panda this morning has clarified that Codex is something that will become a default standard. And I think that's a brilliant, that's fantastic news for the industry. Equally vital is the fast tracking of newer molecules, pesticides that are more effective, cost less, safer to human health, and far gentler on the environment. This is not merely a technical adjustment, it's a strategic imperative. The future of India's tea industry depends on aligning climate resilience, regulatory rationality, and scientific innovation. Central and state agencies must act decisively, because choices that we make today will determine whether tea continues to thrive as a proud symbol of India's heritage or falters under the weight of its own inaction. And I think for the government, I think the message that I would sort of, on behalf of the industry, want to leave today is that we need to make a transition from a regulator to an enabler. And I think in the recent years, we have witnessed an enforcement-driven approach by central and state agencies. The positive outcomes are undeniable. A sea change in awareness, sensitivity towards pesticide use is obvious. Test results across growing regions, including the ones considered high-risk botleaf segment, have shown encouraging trends. Yet, enforcement alone has limits. A truly secure future, to truly secure the future, enforcement must be complemented with the rationalized regulation, faster approval of newer molecules, and creation of critical ground-level infrastructure for testing. And again, this is a point that was already debated in the morning. Inconsistent lab results, high testing costs remain barriers that must be addressed. From a R&D perspective, greenleaf testing, if can be worked on and developed, could be a game changer, dramatically improving traceability and accountability. It is time for agencies to shift their focus to these enablers to truly be able to create a breakthrough and a breakthrough for a sustainable future. Strengthening interdepartment and interministerial coordination presents a vital opportunity to enhance system responsiveness. Establishing clear channels of collaboration can eliminate barriers and ensure faster and more effective outcomes. So to conclude, the future of India tea depends on our ability to bridge these gaps between central and state execution, between central policy and state execution, between grower challenges and regulatory framework, between older practices and modern compliance, between today's constraints and tomorrow's opportunities. Success will come only when India becomes the world's most trusted origin, renowned for its tea that is clean, safe, sustainable, and traceable. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Sikand. I request everyone who's sitting in the back seats to please come forward and occupy the front seats. I repeat, everyone who's sitting in the back seats, please come and occupy the first seats. Thank you. I now request Mr. Srijit A.K. to come on the stage and share his views. Thank you.
Hi, good afternoon, everyone. Even I prepared a PPT and came since morning. Everybody covered all the points. So no point of repeating the same point. So I will just cover the just grassroots level, the issues or the policy gaps what the small tea growers are facing across India. It's an honor and privilege to stand in front of this distinguished gathering today, and I would like to extend my sincere thanks to Sankala Foundation for giving an opportunity to represent the small tea growers and to present in front of this group. And I'm really happy to see that, the focus is more on how to build a safe, sustainable tea ecosystem, which is really need of the hour, and it's high time for us to take the boardroom decisions to execute on a very strong way to the ground level. As we all know, the numbers is nothing new to anyone, because India has over 2.49 lakhs registered small tea growers, and approximately, though we don't have a clear number to prove, approximately 20 to 30% of non-registered small tea growers, both together producing approximate and over 52% of the nation's total tea production. But we closely watch the sector. One thing is very clear is the value gap. What exactly the value gap? Those who contribute more to the system is benefiting the least. So how we address this is a big challenge, because we always discuss lots of things, we discuss lots of, in every meeting we discuss the same thing, but ground level, are we really going to be on a, executing these things or taking these things on a serious note is a big question for us. This imbalance is not just unfair, this is unsustainable as well. Because our expectation is like, consistency in quality. We expect a consistency in safety, sustainable tea. But if you really want to make this sustainability in place, the value created across the chain has to be proportionately moved to the grower as well. So the ground level, if you look at this is a matter of survival actually. Because if you look at the small tea growers, though we are telling the numbers are more, but none of the small tea growers want their next generation to be farmers. That's a sad part actually. And none of the farmers want to continue this further. Most of them, they start thinking of converting the crop manners. Some of them, they already moved to, like, especially in south side, most of them, they moved to, like, they unplanted the tea plantations and they already moved to the coffee and all. And this is possible only if we can realistically set a sustainable price for green leaves. When I say sustainable price for green leaves, it's not only for the green leaves, the entire ecosystem has to be supported actually. It has to be for the made tea, it has to be for the green leaves as well. We strongly feel that to secure the future of Indian tea, we must revisit the support systems. When I say the support system, we need to really look at the ground realities as well. If you look at many of the schemes which government is offering, I'm not blaming the system, but I'm telling the challenges or the really gap what we feel on the ground. Most of the system are, for the groups actually. And the very limited schemes which is available for the individual growers are, it's already reserved for tribal communities. It's not for the individual growers. So if the government can really rethink on that patterns, and if we can really ensure these schemes are available even for the individual growers, the result will be much higher on the ground. Quality consistency is the another thing we always frequently discuss actually. Earlier, if you remember, till 2019, we had these pruning subsidies, we had irrigation subsidies and all. But now if you see, we don't have any of those subsidies actually. The change in climate issues, all these things, because it's very difficult for the small tea growers to pass through all these challenges actually. So I humbly request the authorities to reinstate these schemes. They directly influence the quality and yield and the farm sustainability as well. Similarly, the organic certification scheme currently running, the T-board schemes is only for 1.5 years actually. So if you really look at the organic conversion period is 3 years, so which is not aligning actually. The existing scheme with the ground reality is not aligning. On top of that, the current scheme supports only 50% cost either for the certification or for the conversion. It supports only 50% of the total cost. Whereas if you look at the normal small tea grower, he will not be able to spend 2 lakh, 3 lakh rupee for the conversion. The first time when we ask them, like, we need to change to the sustainable way, we need to convert to the organic way, the first question is that, why should I? What am I going to benefit out of it? because the cost is increasing, yield is going low, I'm not getting the right price. If you look at the price of green leaves, 10 years back we used to get 10 rupee, 12 rupee per kg. And what exactly the price here? Even in South, we are getting the same price even now. The cost has increased, the labor has increased. Even we are facing a major challenge in labor also. I don't think that next generation we will get the manual labor for plucking the green leaves actually. So we strongly believe that for meaningful transformation, we need to target investment in resources, stronger governance, and alignment with national policy frameworks. This will help to create a consistent support structure that empowers small tea growers across India. At the same time, I must thank Tea Board also, because the mechanization system created now, for the, at least for the plucking mechanization and all, for the groups, it has created a major impact, and the Tea Board significantly improved the plucking standards actually. So again, those support is extended only to the groups. So if you look at group and individual grower, 30 to 40% is the maximum people working under group. The other 60% is still under unorganic, unorganized manner actually. So if you can support them with all these basic supports, this will definitely multiply this positive impact. And I'm sure that the future of Indian tea depends on our ability to bridge the gap between policy framework to effective execution on ground. So as I mentioned earlier, like whatever we discuss on the boardroom, we should really revisit and rethink, like whether this will be executable on the ground realities. And we need to ensure fairness in value distribution and build systems where sustainability, compliance, and quality become natural outcomes, not a forced requirements. Now we are talking lots of things about compliance actually. It has to be part of the value chain. It has to be by default, it has to be there. And we always notice, like, we are not branding tea as other crops. You take an example of coffee for an example, because we don't mind to go to like Starbucks and pay 350, 400 rupees for a coffee. But are we really looking that angle, or are we planning to premium segmentation for tea? No. So when we discuss these matters with regulatory authorities, we have lots of schemes listed in the framework actually, but nothing specific. So we need to be really specific on the factors, and we need to really bring the result on ground. Let us move forward with a shared vision where every grower is empowered, every policy is implementable, every system is inclusive, and every cup of Indian tea stands for safety, quality, and sustainability. Thank you. That's all from my side. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Srijit. I will now request Mr. Parag Hathiborwa to come on the stage and share his views.
I'm a little short, so you need to just adjust this. I think I'm pretty loud. I was an auctioneer, so I really don't need the mic. Okay, thank you for having me here. I'll try and keep my deliberations as long, as short as my introduction. The first thing, I'm not a scientist, and it's been an amazing morning of learning for me about PPCs, MRL levels, the problems, etc., etc., etc. So I will not delve into that. What I'll try and do is maybe I'll just catch hold of the tea bush and shake it a little harder, and maybe put my hands around the hot tea kettle. So the first thing is, which Dr. Selvaraj has already said, first thing, we're making too much tea. Let's face it, we're just making too much tea. And how are we? It's a little historical probably, because we, as Indian tea industry, we forgot how to make teas from the 1970s to about 1990. The reason why, because whatever we made, we were producing anywhere between 700 to 750 million kgs between 80s to early 90s, and we were exporting 250 million. We were happy. Internal retention was very good. Prices went up. And we really didn't look into other markets. We didn't want or move into other markets or try to look for other markets. Everything was Russia. At a point, at one point, we were probably exporting 56% of our teas into Russia. As a result, one, the Indian tea industry, we started uprooting quality clones, and we started planting quantity clones without actually looking into the future about the demand and supply equilibrium. And then you know what happened? Russia, USSR broke up. And we were left holding the can. Africa moved in, Sri Lanka moved in, and from a position of demand, we moved into a position of oversupply. So my little take here, if I might also include Sister, is I think the things that we need to really look ahead in the future is, number one, let us curb supply qualitatively, which would mean looking into clones, looking into pruning cycles. This would probably help us produce better teas in India. And as a result, probably I can ask my friends sitting here and Wagh Bakri there to pay us higher prices at farm gate level. The moment this happens, I think we'll be at a better position. The challenges, everyone's talked about how the challenges of MRLs, residue levels, EU norms, geopolitical situations. So let us concentrate on internal consumption. Let us give our own people a better cup of tea. Just as a consultant, since I do look after a few little gardens, what I have noticed is fine leaf percentages, honestly, vary from 20 to 40% fine. Now, I don't even want to hazard what Bidhan Nagar is actually getting. I mean, I get a smile from people who've been there, but I don't want to hazard that. So let us first thing try and do it for our own industry. Let us not wait for what will happen in the future or what markets we can actually penetrate, but let's try and make a better product qualitatively. This will help us in terms of quality, in terms of supply and demand equilibrium, and probably we'll get off from there. I am a tea taster by profession. So what I have also seen in connection with this over the last 38 years, because the price tea for Assam was the second flush. Good 20, 25 years ago, when we would actually taste the second flush batch, we'd actually have to rinse our mouth after every 10 cups. I find that missing. The reason, again, coming back, that we actually made too much teas. We pulled out all the quality clones and we started putting in all the quantity clones. So that's one of the reasons which I strongly feel all the policymakers is one of these things that one needs to look into, deliberate. Second thing which I'm also a tea educator. So the other thing which I would also like to do is, it's a very knowledgeable gathering. You know what is more important, good tea? Can someone tell me what is more important or equally important as good as the tea quality? It's the water. The pH of water makes the tea, or the quality of water makes the tea. So a tea which is brewed in Assam, a tea which is brewed up in the hills tastes very different. Now the same thing as my friends who make these blends, they don't make one blend. They make blends for different areas. The reason why? Quality of water, the type, how they brew the tea, also the quality of milk. In Assam, what we do is we take tea, we brew it with water, and we add milk. In Gujarat, they take tea, they brew it with milk. So, as important as the quality of tea is the water. Therefore, tea education is very important. We take tea for granted. Ek cup chai de do. You have no idea what he's making it, how he's doing it, but most of it is just keep boiling. So it's the typical Indian chai. But when you actually drink a nice cup of tea, what we call a nice cup of tea, is going to change, and you'll actually start wanting more. Now, while I was writing this, and I'm not reading it out, I actually, as someone said, I was also sitting in a particular place, and I asked for coffee because there was no good tea. I paid 280 rupees for a cup of black coffee. So what here is next? Artisanal teas. Do you know India, we have artisanal teas? We're not into mass market. Rajdeep did mention, my panelist did mention that Generation Z, the millennials, they are experimenting. They want something more. So here is where artisanal teas can come in. We actually, in India, we make some fantastic artisanal teas. People go abroad, they go buy matchas from Japan, they buy lapsang souchongs, they buy white teas, peonies. You know, we make as good, if not better. So let us be very clear about one thing. One is artisanal teas has the way forward. New age teas is the way ahead also. Kombuchas. Somebody was talking about kombucha. Kombucha now picking up. We need to promote our own artisanal teas. The other thing, I'll keep it very short here, is a passion. I said tea education, and as a passionate tea person, we have what we call indigenous artisanal teas. I don't think most people have actually tasted indigenous artisanal teas. What is indigenous? Indigenous are teas made only in India. In small villages, in deep villages in Manipur, in deep villages in Mizoram, in Arunachal, how many of you would actually know there are teas which are rolled by foot? There are teas which are sun-dried, cut in machetes. We don't know about it. They need the help. We need to promote our own teas. We need to promote our people. The reason why I am talking about indigenous teas, because in a very short, I'll just tell you, my unfortunate experience is when I went there and there was nobody to buy those teas because nobody knows about them. So I asked them, what do you do with it? So whatever we can sell, we sell it. The rest, we feed it to the pigs. So I would request T-Board, I'm always here to help them. In any way that I can help, I'd be more than happy. I'll keep it short. Thank you very much for having me here. I hope I didn't shake the tea bush too hard. Thank you so much.
Thank you, sir. I would now request Mr. Muktanand Agarwal to share his closing remarks.
So, I think after hearing all the panelists, I've realized that maybe I was among the ones who knew the least, despite being chairing this session. But that apart, I think very important concerns have been raised, and we have been fortunate to have on this dais representatives of various forums, from the quality control labs to the tea growers associations and research organizations. And various aspects have been raised. And the problem, as I look at it, is having several aspects. From extension, the last mile extension, as mentioned by Dr. Selvaraj, and then so the challenge is how to communicate to the farmers in an effective way. A challenge which we also in the ministry face when we, face this problem of reaching out to the farmers despite all our extension machinery and various communications. Ways of communication, we are not able to reach out to the farmer to tell him what exactly is supposed to be done, what all he needs to know, and what all he should do. So that is something which is a cause of concern for us. Then, of course, the issue of quality of pesticides and biopesticides is very important. All these stakeholders need to work together, and one very important aspect is, of course, is of the quality, quantity prevailing over the quality, which is, in my opinion, not a reality only in the sector of tea, but I think we have been facing this across the commodities, agri-commodities, wherever people see a little scope of making some profit, then there is a rush in that area, and people just start growing that with the objective of we'll also import it. Then suddenly, if any the equation gets changed, as it happened in the case of Russia, broke into the USSR broke, and the other countries entered this area, the supply of tea. Then suddenly we are left caught unaware, and left with no option. So we generally our actions, our reactions, they do not take into account all the possible pros and cons, which should be taken care of while, especially when we form a policy. So overall, it has been a very enriching and very enlightening session, I think, for me as well as for all of us. And as a conclusion, we can say that all these stakeholders need to come together and find solution, especially because I belong to the government side. So on the policy making front and implementation also, certain action are required, which some of them I have taken a note of, and going forward, I guess the various ministries of the government will also work with all the stakeholders with a shared vision of having a safe tea and also a quality tea. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. The stage is now open for questions. Please raise your hand and we'll get the mic to you. Yeah.
Sir, I've got one question to you. It's very nice to hear that you extended the farmer insurance scheme to small growers. I would like to know whether the same policy applies to the organized sector or not, because as you heard that the organized sector is also bleeding. So already there is a parity of costs. So is there any scheme on insurance? That's one. The other question is, I think I don't want to really make it hype this whole situation, but Darjeeling tea, everybody will see is absolutely pesticide free. The consumption, the production from 10 million has dropped to 5 million. Still we are struggling to sell the tea. And I think the consumption and how to put it across to the young generation is more important than MRL is very important. We need to produce, but this is a case history I'm saying that Darjeeling tea is absolutely pest free, yet there is no demand. I don't know who can really answer it, but thank you for the first question.
Let me answer the first part. Second, I don't know who would like to take the second question. Okay, yeah. So the Prime Minister's, like the Pradhan Mantri Fasal Bima Yojana, as it is right now, it covers all the landholders who, or even not the landholders, but whosoever is growing a crop. It's a crop insurance scheme. So if the organized sector, I'm not sure exactly you are mentioning for the companies or like the associations to whom?
No, it's the companies which are which have been given.
If they own the land,
yeah,
and they have a crop growing on that, I think they can enroll. As far as I know about the guidelines, generally the scheme is adopted by the farmers, but if they have a land holding on which they are growing a crop, they can pay their share of premium and the rest will be subsidized, because as of now there is no differentiation between the small and marginal farmers and the. So if the association qualifies as a farmer and growing a crop which is then cultivated or whatever is the mechanism for tea, they can very well register under the crop insurance.
So for your information, historically the organized sector is classified as those who have got a long-term lease from the government, both in Assam and West Bengal.
Lease from the farmers?
Yeah, it was 90-year yield, but then...
From the government?
From the government, yeah.
I don't think that stops them from coming under the crop insurance. This is something like this question has not been asked before, but I will check with my team. I don't think that should be an issue that the land doesn't, so they don't own the land, but the land is on lease. I don't think that stops them, because they are, the important part is they are growing the crop and harvesting it.
Thank you,
So I think they should qualify, but still I will check. You can again check with me maybe in a day or two if for a definite answer. Second question.
Thank you, Mr. Singh, sir. Just for, Darjeeling's come down, as Mr. Singh very correctly said, from 10 million to now 5 million kgs. Probably one of the reasons for that, probably, sir, is Nepal. It's a border, geographical border, political border, same this thing. So Nepal at a point now, there are younger plants, younger plantation, same know-how, better plucking, costs are much lower. So Nepal has, unfortunately for Indian Darjeeling teas, has taken up a fairly large bite there. The other question, which actually Mr. Singh said was what meant was, why are we doing enough to promote Darjeeling? No, we are not doing enough. We are only concentrating on mass market. This needs more publicity, more driven publicity, more tea education. That's why tea education is very important. When I said we know how to make chai, but we don't know how to make Darjeeling, because the steeping time matters, the temperature matters, water matters, everything matters. So, sir, yes, this is something which through Tea Board, if I might, just for the guests, Tea Board, I am the lead faculty for the Tea Board tea tasting, tea sommelier course, which will be starting very soon in Darjeeling district in Kurseong. I would actually please ask all of you, your friends, people who want to know more about tea, to please come and learn from us, take that course, it will help. And sir, this is something which we are trying to promote on our own. I absolutely agree with you here, sir. We need that help. Darjeeling definitely needs that help. Thank you.
Good afternoon, everyone. My name is Ajay Dhandaria. I basically belong from Assam, and I am the chairman of Northeastern Tea Association. So, first of all, I would like to thank the Sankala Foundation for taking this remarkable, initiative, and this platform. I'm sure very good outcomes are going to be seen in a very short time. So basically, one of my concern is with what's been mentioned by Mr. Majumdar, Dr. Majumdar. We have PPC approved chemicals. Like recently, PPC has approved the inclusion of imidacloprid in combination with one another molecule also. But the concern is that the MRL has not come up. So growers are confused. Like, since there is no MRL, but it has already come into the PPC. Now the small tea growers, as we all know, they are at the last, end of the row. So they believe that imidacloprid has been approved. But actually, unless and until the MRL is being declared by the FSSAI, so if they start using that imidacloprid now, until the declaration of MRLs by FSSAI, things will, again tend to become non-compliant. So this is one concern. That's why my association has always tried to point out that there should be an alignment between what has been specified in the PPC and the regulations which are there as per FSSAI. So there should be some alignment. This is our one suggestion. And since morning I've been listening to all the things, and there's been wonderful takeaways from today's meeting. One of the wonderful takeaway was like the codex will apply for those chemicals where MRLs has not been approved. See, basically in the state of Assam, what we experience is that out of 59 chemicals which Dr. Panda mentioned today morning, 33 are approved. These 33 are not creating any problem. Most of the tests are, being cleared. 33 are not creating any problem. 20 banned chemicals, out of those 20, only the presence of monocrotophos at times is being seen, and those levels have also come down drastically over the period of time. So the industry is only mainly concerned with the 6 off-level pesticides, which are creating maximum instance of non-compliance in tea. In practical, because we are the people rooted in the ground. And out of those 6 off-level pesticides, 3 particular pesticides, one is acetamiprid, imidacloprid, and cypermethrin. These are the 3 which is creating 95% of the problem. We are very happy to know today morning that Codex will apply for cypermethrin and imidacloprid as well. So now only one molecule is left out, which is acetamiprid. I'm sure with the initiative of the department, if we can fast track the approval of acetamiprid dossier for which has been filed by Relish last year. So it is already under the pipeline. We are sure that once imidacloprid gets approved, most of the problem with regard to non-compliance in tea will get eliminated at all. So this is our humble request to the department through, sir, please take the initiative. And
I think most of your concerns are already noted, and
Yes,
substantial work has already happened.
Yes, sir.
So all I can say is your concerns are going to be addressed soon. If not all of them, most of them. I'm
Thank
sure.
you. Thank you so much, sir. Thank you so much.
Actually, yesterday only we wrote from TRA to the CEO of FSSAI to remove imidacloprid from the mandatory testing list. That is the reason why we wanted them to incorporate even without MRL. MRL working might take some time for the government bodies. So until then, at least the mandatory test list, there are 7 chemicals. From those 7, this one can be eliminated from that. We have sent a request letter yesterday. Hopefully, FSSAI CEO will consider it. That's the advantage of releasing even without MRL thing, because it goes away from mandatory testing.
Thank you.
Very good afternoon, everyone. My name is Meenakshi Kaushik, and I'm actually not from this industry. I'm a tea connoisseur. I spent almost like 25 years into a healthcare segment, and I'm really passionate about tea and wanted to learn, before I actually venture into it and see how best, the future lies and what best we can do here. So thank you, first of all. I think it's been a great learning, all the experts who are here. I have a couple of questions, what Parag sir was also mentioning, that indeed education is very, very important, as is the paramount for people like us who really wanted to enter into another field. And as an entrepreneur, as a women entrepreneur, I wanted to get into this space. It's very important for me to understand what are the challenges and how best we can go about it. Since, as I said, I'm from a sales and marketing, and so like the champagnes of tea, what we call Darjeeling. So probably when we go and I travel across the globe, we learn, people say, oh, that's wonderful tea. But when it comes to in India, of course, not much of them. It's again the chai, which is again the sugar and milk laden. So one is learning and joining some training or course at an individual level. But when it comes to the artisanal tea or a gourmet tea, I'm sure the government must be having initiatives where they're promoting people like us to kind of adopt, and there are avenues available so that we can actually contribute and really take up this new area and market it this way, so that at a global level actually say that we are really holding. And apart from that, small tea growers and the concern which I've been listening that they are facing, and what sir, you have mentioned about the last mile extension. So from my own experience, when we also used to face, say for example, the paramedical staff who are at the interiors of Tamil Nadu and all, and they need to learn about how to utilize some diagnostics and all. So what are their circle of influence? What we did is that to identify those circle of influence and reach out to them, and what are their leisure time, how do they really spend, and then utilize that medium. I mean, this is just one of my experience, I'm sharing it. I'm sure it probably might help even this, small tea growers to see, so maybe the TV or a radio or the theater or, so the communication, reaching out to those people and make them understand. Probably if we just give the leaflet or a handout, they don't have time. They're not even sometimes literate enough, I'm assuming, those small tea growers, again, at a very remote areas. So I think when we reach out to them and in their language, which is their time, probably this might help. I mean, it's just one of the things which I want to share here. But definitely I'm looking forward that there are Government of India initiatives and also the expert over here who really promote people like us to kind of come forward and then invest our time and then market it and contribute towards your vision of making it more safe, sustainable, clean, and also come back to the glory of saying champions of tea is what Darjeeling tea, and of course the rest of the other. So I'm really, really looking forward from this August gathering to probably help me shape up my decision of whether I'm on a right track or not, taking tea to that level and not considering coffee and thus the tea. Thank you.
So, thank you. I'll just very quickly put it here. This has given me enough time for that 280 rupee coffee is actually come to use now, because I do not have a time limit. But I'll keep it very short. So what we need is promoting Indian teas. We were never proud of our Indian teas in that sense. In Japan, in China, in Sri Lanka, all across the globe, it's a religion. It's culture. We call it culture, but let's be honest. We do not give it enough respect. So the first thing, we must learn to respect our own teas. Second thing here, which I would like to take up with the Tea Board of India, the Government of India, we must send our best team to international tea fairs where Indian teas are being promoted. As you said, madam, you travel the globe, they said, wow, Darjeeling, nobody knows. So let's send our best people, international tea fairs. If I might sound a little brusque, let's send our best people. It's the Olympics of tea. We must send our A team. Thank you, madam.
Hello. Good afternoon, everyone. Because we are already running short of time, that will be the last question for today's session.
Okay, sir. My name is Dr. Sashikant. I am represent A1 Food Testing Laboratory. So I am here just to share my curious thoughts here. Like when it comes to safety parameters testing in tea, particularly pesticides, like sir has mentioned that if at all 100 failed tea testing is considered, 98% fail in pesticides. But we are testing against either tea granules or tea powder. But what actually we consume is the diluted form of it. Like, on an average of 100 ml of either the tea granules or the tea sachets or dipped, and that we consume. On that note, why can't we increase the MRL levels? Like, because we are drinking the diluted versions on an average of 100 ml. So on this note, I just wanted to learn it from the panel.
See, what you are telling, that matter, I remember in 2016, the same issue was taken up in the Codex Committee on pesticide residue. Okay. But the thing is that as per the WTO regulations, MRL is fixed on the commodity on trade. That means commodity on trade here is made tea. So the MRL is fixed on made tea based on the good agricultural practices. So any revision of MRL, you have to change the gap. So corresponding to that gap, that MRL will be fixed. Alternately, one conference room document, what we call the CRD, was presented in the Codex Committee in Chongqing, China, on the brew factor, considering that means a universal factor which can be considered for the dissemination of each pesticide corresponding to the infusion. Although European Union has taken that concept on a positive note, but after that nothing further has been moved on this line. And many of the, as well as I think 17 pesticides, there was a detailed study on the dissemination from made tea to infusion, what is the percentage of tea that is coming into the brew, and based on their ADI level, what should be the it's a back calculation. What should be the level of pesticide to be fixed on the mate tea? But as I mentioned, as per the present regulation, it is the pesticide which needs to be fixed on commodity on trade. That again, the mate tea. So the gap, cultural practices, MRL, everything has to be fixed considering the mate tea only. Maybe in future more scientific studies, more arguments will be there on the brew factor and incorporating it into the tea domain, particularly because tea is only crop where we don't consume the final product. We make it, we have the liquor, we drink it.
Yeah.
So there obviously may be some chances, but not now, in near future only.
If we have any data regarding this brew factor, any experiments are conducted and data is generated, can we go?
Data is available. I told you around 70 pesticides. Full data is available. TRA has done some work. In Upasi also have done some work. Yeah, that is there. Data is available, but the acceptability, that is the main concern. Because even if the data is there, scientific justification is there, the international committee and our national regulators has to accept that on as per the regulations and as per the norms. So that is the thing. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Agarwal, and our distinguished speakers for an engaging and forward-looking session. I would now request Ms. Vibha Mukati from Sankala Foundation to felicitate our esteemed speakers with a memento. Mr. Muktanand Agarwal. Dr. Venkatesan Selvaraj. Mr. Rajdeep Sikand. Dr. Anirvan Basu Majumdar. Mr. Srijit A.K. Mr. Parag Hathi Borua. Thank you everyone for this engaging session. I would like to inform that our guest, Honorable Union Minister of Commerce and Industry, will be arriving shortly. I request you to please remain in your seats. Thank you. I request everyone who's sitting in the back seats to come forward and occupy the front seats. I repeat, everyone sitting in the back seat to please come forward and occupy the front seats. Thank you. Welcome back, everyone. With this, we move towards the final segment of today's program, the closing session, that marks the conclusion of what has been an extremely enriching and thought-provoking dialogue. For this, I would like to invite on the dais Mr. Piyush Goyal, Honorable Union Minister of Commerce and Industry. Shri Piyush Goyal is also the Member of Parliament from North Mumbai and has previously held key ministries including Railways, Finance, Consumer Affairs, Power and Textiles. Over his 35-year-old political career, he has led transformative national initiatives, record export growth, major FTAs, PLI schemes, Pradhan Mantri Garib Kalyan Ann Yojana food security rollout, the Ujala LED program, and India's best ever railway safety record. A distinguished chartered accountant and lawyer, he comes from a family of eminent public servants and earlier worked as a leading investment banker. We welcome you, sir. I also invite Mr. Bharat Lal, Secretary General and CEO, NHRC, India. Mr. Lal is a distinguished civil servant with over 37 years of public service experience. He is the founder and mission director of Jal Jeevan Mission, aimed at ensuring clean tap water to every rural household in the country. He also served as Additional Secretary to the President of India from 2017 to 2019. Sir is known for his out-of-the-box thinking and focus on poverty elimination, women's welfare, public service delivery, digital governance, and grassroots empowerment. We welcome you, sir. I also invite Mr. Rajit Punhani, CEO, FSSAI. Next, I invite Dr. Malvika Kaul, Director, Sankala Foundation, and Ms. Disha Joshi, Director, Sankala Foundation. I now request Dr. Aarti Mahajan to welcome our esteemed guests with a token of appreciation. Shri Piyush Goyal. Mr. Bharat Lal. Mr. Rajit Punhani. Thank you, ma'am. Now, I'm delighted to welcome Dr. Malvika Kaul to welcome our esteemed guests on the dais.
On behalf of Sankala Foundation, I welcome Shri Piyush Goyal ji, Honorable Minister of Commerce and Industry, to this conference. We are delighted to have you here today, sir. You're an inspiring leader for business and industry. Your presence not only speaks about your commitment to this critical issue of charting a way forward for safe tea production, and also in strengthening India's global position in the tea industry. We are grateful that you are also supportive of improving the lives of small farmers and tea growers. Sankala Foundation is dedicated to advancing research, training, advocacy in the field of climate change, public health, and issues of livelihoods for the small tea farmers. The small tea growers in India are at the heart of the sector's next phase of growth. They contribute to more than half of India's total production. Sir, we seek your guidance and support in amplifying India's strong and credible brand in tea production. I take this opportunity also to welcome Mr. Bharat Lal, Secretary General, National Human Rights Commission, India. Your continued engagement with the issues of this conference and encouragement to make meaningful contribution has been indeed a constant inspiration. We also welcome Mr. Rajit Punhani, CEO FSSAI, to the valedictory session. Sir, your endeavor to help small tea growers is highly commendable. Your insights will ensure that India's small tea farmers achieve the milestones of quality and sustainability. A warm welcome to all of you guests and participants today. You're very good listeners, very patient also. Your active engagement has made this conference a success. We hope to continue the charcha on tea even after the conference is over. And until then, till we get the next best break on tea. Thank you so much. And welcome, sir, again.
Thank you, Dr. Kaul. I am now delighted to welcome Mr. Rajit Punhani, CEO, FSSAI, to deliver the summary of today's insightful discussion.
Honorable Minister for Commerce and Industry, Shri Piyush Goyal ji, Shri Bharat Lal ji, Secretary General NHRC, and distinguished guests. This was an initiative both by Sankala Foundation and FSSAI, that the whole supply chain, while we as at FSSAI, we normally just regulate the finished packaged product, but it's very important that the whole supply chain, especially the small farmers, they also be involved in this whole regulation process. So this was an initiative that was in fact suggested by Mr. Bharat Lal, and I'm so happy he's here. And we have started this, and hopefully we'll continue this as a series. So the insights today and the discussions today, I found them very useful, and I'm sure that it will help us in framing regulations and also educating the farmers and creating awareness about food safety and nutritious food. So thank you very much.
Thank you, sir. I am delighted to welcome Mr. Bharat Lal, Secretary General and CEO of the National Human Rights Commission, India, to address the gathering. Please, sir.
Good afternoon, everyone. Namaskar. Honorable Union Minister, Commerce and Industry, Shri Piyush Goyal ji, my esteemed colleague Rajit Punhani, Malika ji, Disha, and eminent scientists, domain experts, and delegates. As we all know, it's too late, so I'm not going to speak much, this thing, just very limited 2 points. First, I think, sir, we are very grateful genuinely to Honorable Minister. As you all know that since morning, I think he's either in the hall, some hall on some dais, or he's on the road actually. And indeed very kind of him. But of course we expect actually, because at least I have known him, I have seen him, that the kind of energy, the kind of drive he brings, at least you people keep on seeing it. And especially, second, without embarrassing him, sir, permit me, in our circle we always call him that is, wherever the challenge is, problem is, he is there. Wherever, whichever ministry, department, whichever, and just, I'll say that, just recall 10, 11 years of last, prior to that just forget it, but last 11 years, name the ministry and the challenge. Yes, there is a coal and mines, there is a problem, there is a power, there is a railway, there is a food and public, I mean, name any sector, he'll be there. And more importantly, such a highly educated and person, leader of Rajya Sabha, upper house, last, I think he always has been. Today, as a Commerce and Industry Minister, as we understand that you need somebody of his energy, his drive, that India has to find its place in a different way. So equations are changing, challenges are changing, and new areas are emerging. So thank you, sir, for leading and you're taking things, Second, friends, as we all know that every day, maybe few of us in coffee, but most of us a cup of tea. But very seldom we think, very seldom we think the whole supply chain, starting from, that farmer to leaves and, processing and, coming to your place. So I must compliment Sankala Foundation and FSSAI for coming together and this study actually that let's understand, because we should not be happy that yes, we have 10% market and our farmers, 53% of the tree are grown by our farmers. Again, as Honorable Minister and Honorable Prime Minister keeps on saying that we have to leapfrog, we have to go up. This whole conference, this whole thing is that how we can go further. How can we raise the bar? How can we do much better? How we can, new markets, new standard. And second, very small thing that please understand that there are going to be some non-tariff barriers. We all have seen that, If India, Middle East, Europe, this corridor is developing, everywhere you are going to find. It means we also have to prepare that those tariff barriers, whether it's related to workers' right, or human right, or environmental factor, or climate issue, those are also tackled. But end of the day, this government is so much committed that lives of farmers, lives of small tree growers, it is uplifted, it is raised. And this whole conference, the whole study, the whole work is that how in Assam and West Bengal and maybe some southern states also, the tree grower farmers, how their life can be improved, how their product can be made better, how this brand can also, this thing. And Honorable Minister has taken upon himself actually, and I know little bit, how Commerce Ministry, and other institution, Tea Board, and the driving actually, that our farmers get better prices, better product, better, this thing. So I stop here, but once again, thank you all very much, and that shows your interest, that even lunch is delayed, despite we are discussing this tea, but may not be having you didn't have tea, but thank you all very much for showing so much interest and taking so much interest. And once again, on behalf of everyone, I express my deep gratitude to Honorable Minister for his presence, and we look forward to his insightful views. Thank you all very much. Thank you very much.
Thank you, sir, for your words. With great honor, I now invite Shri Piyush Goyal, Honorable Union Minister of Commerce and Industry, to share his views.
Thank you very much, Bharat Lalji, for your kind words. Thank you, Mr. Punhani, Madam Joshi, Madam Kaul, all the distinguished participants of this important initiative of Sankala Foundation and FSSAI to discuss safety production. My apologies, I had no clue that I am committing to a program where it'll be impossible to reach on time. I was in Noida before this, and not in Noida, almost at the border of Greater Noida, in a Republic India program, which I had committed earlier, but Bharat Lal has the right of first refusal on me. So I couldn't refuse him when he called me a couple of days back that I must come for some time. पर आप सब जानते हैं कि राजनीतिज्ञ और मीडिया का चोली दामन का साथ रहता है, तो मीडिया के हाथ में हम जब पकड़ में आ जाए, उसके बाद हमारे कंट्रोल में नहीं है कि हम वहाँ से निकल कब सकते। पहुँचना हमारे हाथ में था, मैं 12 बजे पहुँच गया, पर निकलना मेरे हाथ में नहीं था। I'm really very sorry that you had to wait. चाय तो छोड़ो, आपने भोजन भी नहीं कराया है सबको, ये तो नाइंसाफी हुई है। तो मैं बहुत ही ब्रीफली अपनी बात रखने की चेष्टा करूंगा। I'm really very happy that you got all the multi stakeholders in this room today, researchers, scientists, growers, small growers at that, industry. Because as Mr. Punhani just rightly mentioned, what we see on the shelf is the finished product. But what goes behind it, particularly the finished product, can only be as good as the ingredients that go into it. And the fact that all of you are contributing to make sure good tea is produced right at the farm level, also ensuring good social welfare and labor practices, also ensuring new innovation so that we can maintain low MRL levels, we can maintain high quality of tea, the blend, the flavor, different places. I mean, I know for a fact that when I have foreign visitors, even when the Prime Minister has foreign visitors, he often gives them a box of different varieties of tea. There'll be a Nilgiri chai, there'll be a Darjeeling, there'll be an Assam, different blends of tea, which in some sense represent the diversity of India. And I think it's very important that we maintain the sanctity of our various blends, of our various qualities of tea, and any conversation that Sankala Foundation and all of you have had today will, I am sure, lead to some inputs to us in the ministry or to the tea board on what more we can do or how we can do our job better to protect this industry. It's a very important industry. We are probably the second largest manufacturer and the largest exporter of tea in the world. In that situation, when we are exporting almost 255 million tons of tea, this is a very precious Indian industry which we have to safeguard, which is representative of our high levels of hospitality, which is our negotiating and conversation partner. All our negotiations for free trade agreements happen over a cup of tea. Prime Minister won his election after chai pe charcha. And in any case, he is known as the chai wala. One of the opposition leader even alleged that he should go back to selling chai, which Prime Minister Modi clearly has demonstrated that when you are rooted to your belongings, to where you come from, you understand what the needs of society, what the needs of people are. And he's never been shy about his humble background. He's learned a lot from his humble background, from his early age, from his childhood. And he's made every effort to make the life of every Indian better through his 50 years of unblemished, dedicated public service. And in that background, so many decisions that he takes are focused on labor welfare, focus in making sure our small tea growers, small industry participants, small shopkeepers, small restaurants have a better deal in life. And therefore, what you are representing in this room is not just an industry, not just tea. It's something that binds 1.4 billion Indians together. I suspect, save and except those kids, there would be anybody who doesn't wake up in the morning to a nice adrak ki chai. At least I can't start the day without my adrak ki chai. And that's something which is synonymous with every household. It's a part of bringing households together. When, my wife Seema and I sit down for that cup of tea in the morning, it really reflects our Indian ethos, family value systems, the togetherness, and therefore tea runs in our veins. It's an integral part of the Indian ethos. This event gives us an opportunity to learn what more we can do to protect and safeguard the interests of this sector. I'm sure the researchers in this room would be seized of the fact that small growers who make up half the production of tea will have to be protected against the vagaries of nature, will have to be ensured a fair price for their produce. I think we've started focusing on auctions in a bigger way so that everybody gets a fair price, both for tea or tea dust. And I've been often talking to industry also to see how we can make sure they become stakeholders in our research organizations. We have 2 research organizations. I had asked Levers and Tatas, the 2 main players in this industry, if they could adopt one each and help us in continuously evolving and doing research on different future blends that we can offer. And any sector which does not evolve with time, which does not grow with newer products, which does not have an entrepreneurial streak in them, so that newer and newer ways of marketing, branding, packaging, and delivery to the last man, to the customer, evolve over time, we may not be able to keep the preeminence of tea and India's role in the value chain of tea as strong as we are today. And therefore, I think while we are committed to make the lives of tea growers better, your inputs, your suggestions, your guidance will be absolutely invaluable. On our part, we came up with a 1,000 crore rupee package to support the tea growers, workers, the welfare of the tea growers. We've got the Chai Sahyog app to help the small tea growers realize a better price for their produce. The quality being paramount, which FSSAI has already talked about, I'm sure, during the course of your deliberations. If we have to maintain our position as the tea capital of the world, collectively, we'll have to ensure that every ingredient that goes into tea, right from tea leaves to packaging, the design, the information flow, the traceability of the tea. I heard there was complaints that some teas were being mixed with imported tea, which was not of the highest grade. Now, that only happens when somebody in our value chain is not doing his job honestly. Maybe some of us, the youngsters, could come up with traceability using blockchain technology and help us through the production cycle to maintain the sanctity of tea that we are selling in the market. And therefore, may I suggest 3 or 4 small elementary ways in which we can focus our energies to sustain this industry, to sustain the success of this industry, the quality that we are really very proud of. One would be clearly bringing sustainability, which I saw was one of the subjects in your program today, to bring sustainability or innovative farming practices in the tea industry. For example, I was in Israel last week. They started drip irrigation 60 years ago. Sadly, we still don't have drip irrigation in every farm in the country. Otherwise, imagine how much the life of our farmers could be improved and how quickly we could move towards organic farming or natural farming. If we in the tea sector could look at some more innovative practices, focusing around sustainability, even packaging, we could have biodegradable packaging or eco-packaging, ecologically friendly packaging. It will have an impact in our ability to market tea across the world. Second, we have to get out of selling tea leaves or raw material to the rest of the world. It's important more players come into this field. In fact, I had asked 2 or 3 companies to consider getting into tea, including Amul. I told Amul, आपके इतने सुंदर एड्स होते हैं, आप ब्रेड भी देते हो, मस्का भी देते हो, पर बिना चाय के ब्रेड और मस्का का क्या फायदा? उससे हमारा सुबह तो पूरी होती नहीं है. So I don't know, he did promise me that he will get into tea, but I have not followed up. Maybe I'll do that after I get into my car today. But imagine if Amul comes into tea with their cooperative and the mindset of supporting the stakeholders, it could have a game-changing impact on the small tea growers. I'd even asked Patanjali, for that matter, to consider coming into the tea field. And I thought these are new age companies who are now consumer focused and with the front end to the consumer. But the more we can market domestically or export finished product, we'll be able to get a higher value for our tea growers, and instead of selling raw materials, sell packaged, branded, high quality teas to the world. I think that really should be a collective goal and a vision of the entire industry. Similarly, whether we can have better linkages with the market, have more presence in international events. The ministry is happy to support you in that. Tea board will be happy to work with you on that. Have more presence in international events, have more international buyers come into India through reverse buyer-seller meets. The presence of tea, let's take a simple thing. There's Yashobhumi and Bharat Mandapam, 2 fantastic destinations Prime Minister Modi has created, which make India proud, which showcase the new India, the emerging India, the India of tomorrow. After all, we want to be a Viksit Bharat by 2047. $35 trillion economy. It's not going to happen if we were to live in the old mindset of dilapidated office buildings, exhibitions in tents. We have to represent to the world the new age India. Now in every exhibition, why it should be a tea exhibition? Every exhibition that is held in Yashobhumi, Bharat Mandapam and across the country, tea should be represented across the venue. Every person would stop by along his route to taste some new tea or blend or new variety or new way of marketing tea. We have so many startups, so many entrepreneurs coming up with very innovative ways. The other day, somebody offered a tea which I don't think I've ever had that blend before in my life. I remember when I was railway minister, Bharatji, we had introduced tea in Kullad again, both for the ecological benefits or the biodegradable nature, to get rid of plastic. Also, I remember from my childhood, the tea at the stations served in a Kullad was the tastiest tea you could ever get. Or the chaiwala coming in and serving it on Kullad. May not be as convenient in the running train to carry those Kullads, but it truly has its own effect. And I think we can do much better in terms of value addition of marketing tea if we are omnipresent wherever there is a large number of people. Similarly, we need to diversify our product range. We'll have to have newer types of tea, newer blends, newer mixes, newer varieties, so that we are continuously offering customer choice, new opportunities to taste something better and different. I'm told different countries have also started making very exotic tea blends and get identified with that country. We are still identified with Darjeeling, Assam and possibly Nilgiris. We need to now have some more newer products which leave an international mark. And I think the researchers, the scientists can come up with some newer varieties, newer products, so that we can get value addition and we can actually get our farmers a better deal in the future. Friends, one other area we've totally missed out on is cold beverages. The world has gone in for cold coffee originally, but cold teas also are coming into fashion, iced tea. But India is left behind. I don't see many places where we get iced tea in India. But can we make some blends which can become very popular as iced tea, both domestically and internationally? I'm just throwing some food for thought of or some areas which I believe we are losing out on, which are value creating. One area where I need help, and I was asking him if Sankalp could get involved in Assam, West Bengal and the tea gardens, is skilling our youth. Can we have the tea gardens children get better opportunities in life? It'll be great if we can identify vocational talent in these children, what they are most suitable for, and give them a high quality skill so that the farmer family is not relegated to permanently being where they are. That will also help you introduce mechanization or some smarter ways of doing tea plucking, which is less tedious and maybe help our farmers earn better. Because I'm told many times the tea farmers are paid based on the output that they come out with. So can some researchers or some scientists look at tools that we can provide those farmers? Then again, the ministry or tea board or well-meaning companies would come forward and support the farmers to increase their incomes. And lastly, whether we can use some smarter ways to predict nature, pests coming in or weather, turn of the weather and things like that, so that our farmers do the right practice at the right time or are able to have more modern and intelligent farming powered by technology to help them make a better living, make a better future for themselves. In conclusion, maybe you could also consider telling a story around every cup of tea that is sold. Today, we'll have to use innovative ways to market a product and get value for the product. Just imagine when you're selling a cup of tea, if you give a small paper along with it, telling the story of where that tea came from, how it was made, who curated it, who developed it, which region it represents, what are its ingredients. The story behind the cup of tea can actually add a lot of value and can excite the consumer to want to experiment with newer Indian products. Testing is something FSSAI is doing very well. I would urge all of you to see if we need any more testing equipment for MRL limits and stuff like that. Can the industry guide us? What is the most modern? We should be second to none in our testing facilities, because what we offer to the consumer should be nothing but the best. Even second best won't do. And I'm sure the labs that are doing testing today would be benefited if we can identify more modern equipment, faster testing equipment, mechanized or computer controlled equipment with no interface of the hand, so that the results are pure, unblemished, without human engagement, tamper proof. And for that, FSSAI or BIS, anybody will be willing to invest any amount of money anywhere in the country that the industry demands. There's enough funds available. Prime Minister Modi has given a carte blanche that for testing facility in any field, tea of course, but any other area of your span of working, where we can provide better testing facilities, government stands committed to make sure we'll do it. Either a government lab or a semi-government lab or an industry association lab, BIS, FSSAI, EIC, we are willing to put any amount of money to make sure our testing facilities are globally the best and we practice most modern methods of testing. So friends, let the government and industry work together. We are a team, we are in it together. Let's work to make every cup of Indian tea a cup that carries the story of India, that becomes the harbinger of a better future for all stakeholders, particularly our small tea growers. And let Viksit Bharat story, the story of Viksit Bharat 2047, and the journey towards Viksit Bharat in the Amrit Kal be accompanied with our regular daily intake of tea. ये चाय का कप हमारा साथी है और विकसित भारत के अमृत काल में हम सब चाय पीकर इस देश को और आगे बढ़ाएं, देश को नई ऊंचाइयों पे लेके जाएं. That's my message for today. My good wishes to all of you, and again, apologies for the delay. Thank you.
Thank you, sir, for those really insightful remarks. I now request Mr. Devendra Kumar Nim to felicitate our distinguished guests with a memento on behalf of Sankala Foundation. Sir.
Young man, come here.
Sorry.
You come here.
Oh.
Come here. You're doing a good job. Keep it up. This is for you to remember today.
I now request Ms. Disha Joshi, Director, Sankala Foundation, to present the vote of thanks.
Thank you, Akash. Hello, everyone. On behalf of Sankala Foundation, I extend our heartfelt gratitude to all of you for joining today's National Conference on Safety Production. I want to convey a very special word of appreciation to FSSAI, our institutional partner, for their leadership, their technical guidance, and unwavering support in making this conference possible. On our heartfelt thanks to Shri Piyush Goyal ji, Honorable Minister for Commerce and Industry, sharing his valuable insights, views, recommendation to how to expand industry, how to support our farmers, and how to make a mark on global tea industry. His suggestion and thoughts have given us a way forward for how this conference can provide meaningful contribution. I warmly thank Shri Bharat Lal, Secretary General and CEO of National Human Rights Commission, whose presence reinforces the centrality of farmers' welfare, livelihoods, and dignity in the larger dialogue of safe and sustainability. Our sincere gratitude to Shri Rajit Panhani ji, CEO FSSAI, for his leadership, his support, his commitment, and strengthening India's food safety and ecosystem. His guidance has been crucial in successfully conducting this event and conference. I want to share a very special thanks to all our speakers, our participants, our small tea grower experts, research associates, academics, as well as everyone who has made this event successful and very engaging. As Minister said, that tea binds all of us. Chai has been that power of connection for India. And that's the lesson we are learning today, that everyone here has something to contribute to this conference. Finally, to all policymakers and industry partners here present, thank you for your time, your engagement, and your commitment for advancing this agenda of sustainability. With this, we formally conclude the conference, and I would like to warmly invite for lunch to everyone. Thank you so much.